This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane. Who is the best duos going into globals?
Whether people predict it or not, I can feel in my chest, this is gonna be one I'm gonna win.
I'm feeling very confident, and I think I have one of the best chances of winning.
In Copenhagen, if I get
like top 3. It won't satisfy me.
I just want to win. That's the main goal.
I'm going to be taking it very serious, and I think I'm going to win.
We want to prove that we're not afraid and we're here to win.
There is 100% pressure. Both me and Benno know when it's grand finals time. The only thing both of us care is to win.
Pressure hasn't fazed me for years.
You need to be making sure that you're getting the most points that you can. Now, one game can just drop you off the leaderboard.
My biggest strength is definitely my clutch factor. I'm not playing for like top 15 again.
People have been saying for like 2.5 years, you must win one soon, so I have something to prove, I guess. I really like this ring, but I want another one.
One last ride, one last stop on the battle bus, one last shot at Global Championship glory. Welcome to the Last Chance Major. 50 duos, 6 games, and 9 EU spots at GC up for grabs. Who's taking them? We'll know soon enough. My name's Ian Chambers, and I'm joined by 2 Fortnite big brains to kick off the show and let you know exactly everything you need to know what's going down over the next few hours. Levin and Takata, welcome to the show, guys. Seasoned veterans when it comes to Fortnite. And listen, we've reached the final stop, Levin. It doesn't get hotter than this.
Yeah, man, it's been a long year of Fortnite, but to think that this is one of the last stops we have until that big global championships, look, I'm pretty cool on everyday normal occasions. The players playing today, though, I know they'll be incredibly nervous.
100%.
Yeah,
I mean, it's that last opportunity, Ian, that one last chance, like you mentioned. All eyes are on the stage now, are here for the last chance qualifier.
I mean, you guys have, like Levin said there, you know, you've been part of this process from start to finish. You know, I'm sure that after this is all said and done, you guys will put your feet up and take a breath before thinking about global championships. But Takata, right, for these players, it's all systems go right now. And when you want to finish the show up and when this is all said and done, you want to know for sure that you've locked in that spot, because that's, if you play this game, that's where you want to be.
That's where you want to be, right? You want to be at the Global Championships. They had a lot of opportunities to qualify, but this is the last one, so you know nerves are going to be at an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know about you, Ian. I don't take no breaks. You keep working, always.
No days off for Levin. That's just how you roll. Listen, let's get into the lobby list now and take a look at some of the duos that we will be seeing in action here. And I want us to sort of roll through some of the key big hitters that we need to be looking out for. And Levin, let's talk about Janice and Reason. Both these players failed to qualify for the Major 3 Grand Finals. You know, they're going to be looking to show that that was just a bump in the road, and they'll be getting right back on track here, right?
Yeah, 100%, man. It wasn't too long ago, almost about a year ago, we were talking about Janice in the context of being an FNCS champion, right? He's someone who has so much pedigree, so much experience at the highest level. Takar, even if you look back to earlier this year, in Major 1, Grand Finals of EU, Day 1 finishes, and Janice and Reason at the top, they're on top of the world, everything's going good. And since then, it hasn't quite been the high levels I think people have expected to see for them, guys. The fact that they're even here playing last chance qualifiers, I think is a bit of a shock, but hopefully these guys can get back to their winning way.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. It was surprising, like you said, Major 1, 3rd place, 1st place Day 1, just like you mentioned, to now not having too good of a rest of a season. I mean, the last time Janice didn't qualify to an FNCS Grand Finals was way back in trios, and now not having qualified in Major 3, it's surprising.
Yeah, I think the big thing with that duo, right, is that there needs to be a level of confidence that they get back to. I think when you're so accustomed to being successful and you've had a couple months where it hasn't been at that level, it can be really hard for these players.
Absolutely. Let's keep moving on. Let's look at another duo. It's Nebs and Hellfire. And Takata, these two, they came together for Major 3. Experienced players who can, you know, they can make it through here as long as they pull together and get the job done.
100%. I mean, experienced is a light way to put it. 19 FNCS Grand Finals appearances as a duo. And I know your boy Pink actually played with Nebs back in Major 1 and got 7th place, Levin. You want to give us a bit of that inside scoop?
Well, yeah, look, both of them are my boys, really. I'm a big fan of Nebs. I'm a big fan of Hellfire as well, 2 of my favorite players. It's not been the kind of year both of these guys would have wanted to have. 2 of the most talented players in any Fortnite lobby. You put these guys in a lobby, you can argue they're 2 of the most talented players. Very, very top notch, and I think the chemistry between them is up there. Nebs hasn't been able to have that response yet, right? Because Pink's qualified now for the Global Championships, right? And so when you see your duo who you were playing with qualified to Globals, there's a massive chip on his shoulder. I know Nebs will be burning inside to qualify just so that he can at least be like, look, Pink made it, but I also made it as well, right?
100%.
Yeah, I love that. That's the sort of, friendly but somewhat competitive rivalries that we're going to see a lot of throughout this day, and looking forward to GC. Let's take a look again at the lobby list one more time. And look, this is the first 25 players, of course, but we can move through and take a look at the second half of this lobby list. Of course, some more big names that you're seeing pop up there. This is a 50 duo lobby, and Pablo and Bevies, Levin, this duo had some really nice moments during Major 3 in the Grand Finals just this past weekend. They ended up finishing 18th. They're not making the cut for GC, but we know that they can pop off here.
Yeah, but when you look at how they did in Grand Finals, right, the 4 games they actually got to play out, Ian, I don't think there was anybody that was, like, better than them within those 4 games, right? Like, honestly speaking, today, we should finish the day with Pablo Ringu and Bevies in first place. There's no doubt in my mind that uncontested at the secluded Spire Takata, these guys roll through the competition, qualified to Globals nice and easy.
Look, Levin, I like having rivalries, right, between the analysts, different predictions, but I'm on your boat right now. Pablo Bevies, you said it yourself. They played, what, 3-4 matches in Major 3, and we're still up close to the top end of that mid-half of the leaderboard. So you know that this duo, having an uncontested spot now, not doing that 50-50 every single game, going to be able to make it to the late game, they are going to be a lethal threat to the rest of the lobby.
I think, with some of the bigger names that are on this lobby list, right, it's sometimes disappointing to see, because I think we expected a lot of these duos to already be there, but as a viewer here today, it makes it more exciting, because we're seeing some big names compete for those hotly contested spots at GC. And one of the duos I've got my eye on here, Takata, has to be Mr. Savage and Vidil, 2 names that many have expected to have already locked in their positions. They haven't done it yet. This is their chance.
Icons in Fortnite. I mean, it's hard to describe Mr. Savage and Vidil, some of the most well-known players in all of Fortnite. I mean, like you said, Ian, I'm surprised we're even seeing them in the last chance qualifier today. Mr. Savage, the most FNCS Grand Finals appearances out of any player on EU. Vidil, FNCS champion, no longer, though, gonna be dropping at Naughty Nets like they did in Major 3, where they kind of had a rough end to their tournament.
Yeah, these guys are switching up their spot. Naughty Nets wasn't quite working. I think we saw them struggle a lot for Surge out of that spot. And so moving over towards the racetrack, we've seen so many successful teams on different regions come from the racetrack. They're going to have it uncontested. I think that will help them out a lot. But the big thing for these guys, right, they've already come so close to qualifying this year, right? You look back at previous majors, Major 2, they were 1 placement off. All they had to do is, beat Mr. Savage's former teammate, iDrop and Mappy, in beating them in the placements, and they would have been there. They would have already been qualified for Globals. And I think mentally that's taken a toll on them, right? I think over the course of the year, their momentum sort of like creep downwards. But as everybody will say, Mr. Savage, no bigger name in EU Fortnite. Vidil as well in a similar bracket. I want to see these guys at Global. Be for the better of the scene, but for the better of the Fortnite world. We want it.
We want it.
Supporting them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it there, Levin. When you get to that point where there's almost like a glass ceiling above you that you just can all season manage to break through and make it into that championship spot, Takata, that can really start to get in your head a little bit, right?
I mean, it can, and it literally does. But, I'm sure that they want it so bad, and now being that last opportunity to make it happen, I'm not going to be surprised if we see Mr. Savage and Vidil at the top of the leaderboard today.
Right. Sometimes in competitive play, if things aren't really working out for you, sometimes you need to switch things up and try out new things. And that's like exactly what we're seeing with some of these duos here in the lobby. Some fresh duos that we've never seen come together before. Levin, you know that I'm a big Hen fan, right? Hen's my guy. He's got a brand new duo that those guys are trying out here tonight.
Yeah, and I think myself included was very surprised to see who he was doing with Hen and Vasquez. Not the kind of combination I think many people would have been expecting. Hen himself wasn't expecting it. I actually asked him that, to be fair, and he couldn't have foreseen a situation where he was playing with Vasquez, but they are here playing in the last round of the last chance qualifiers, and I have high hopes for them, right? I think you look at this duo, Hen, of course, one of the biggest names in competitive Fortnite history, right? EU, you look at the all-time EU fraggers to Carter, Hen's up there with the likes of Thomas and Venno, right, in terms of what he's achieved, the levels he's shown over the years. And even if this year hasn't been the best year in Hen's career, I think when he needs to the most, he's going to step up. And I hope and I pray him and Vasquez will deliver today.
I pray as well. I mean, you said it yourself. Hen, the experienced veteran, 11 FNCS Grand Finals, 13 if you count All-Stars and the Invitational, duoed up with Vasquez, who had his first FNCS Grand Finals appearance in the last major. So this duo is kind of like an unexpected duo, but at the same time, you really like it, right? You got the Vasquez fresh fragging abilities and Hen's experience from being a long-term competitor. I'm excited.
All right, let's move on to another duo that we're seeing together for the first time here, Takata, Hako and Darkies. And I know that you are particularly excited to see them both. A little bit of bias here I'm sensing as well.
A little bias. You can see it in my smile. Hako y Darkies. You know, I had to mix in the Spanish there because they're the only duo representing Spain in this last chance qualifier. Darkies actually from Italy, but living in Spain now and competing with his duo. But this is a brand new duo. Hako used to duo with Clone, and it didn't go quite their way in Major 3. Clone actually ended up going on vacation and playing the NA last chance qualifiers, which left Hako now to duo with Darkies. But with their strategies, they got 3rd place day 1, 5th place day 2 in the qualifiers, and we can see here that they are doing that pink/acorn split on the map, which is east side of Frenzy. So I'm excited to kind of see what this duo can pull off in the finals.
Yeah, look, you put it nicely. I'm sure you're putting it nicely because, of course, they're the Spaniards, they're your boys. You know, things didn't go well in grand finals at all. They, you know, Yarko finished in last place, and you know, he's a very, very confident player. I'm sure that would have affected him, but I think it's good to see him bounce back so well. One of the biggest problems he had in grands, and the reason why he wasn't able to finish as high up as he would have liked to, is just being contested off spawn, right? You know, landing over towards that pink split area, right towards the west of Mega City. It's not an easy place to land when you're landing against Pink and Vika, right? Those guys are insane off spawn. And so today, they're going to be uncontested there. I can expect to see them do a lot better than they at least did in the previous competitions. I think the big thing as well to Carter is when you look at how they play, they're not scaredy cats by any means, right? They are proactive, right? If they're down on Surge, they're going to get creative. They're going to look for things to do. They're going to look for good positions. If height's available, they'll take it as well. I really like the courage these guys have. And so, you know, I'm almost with you on this one. Right? I'm really looking at them as a team that could really disrupt things today for some of those bigger names.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. They're confident. They're fighters. If they have to fight Island and get Surge, they're going to fight Island to get Surge. The match we just saw on the screen, if they need to play dead side and they already have damage, they know how to play dead side. They're ready, and I also wouldn't be surprised with the drop spot they have today being on-conned to see them at the top end of the leaderboard.
I mean, there's just so much to be looking out for here. We've got the big names, we've got the new duos, and let's just address the elephant in the room here, guys, right? Throughout the several majors, there's always been that safety net for our duos. There's always that next chance, that next shot to make it to GC. This is where it all ends. After this is said and done, once we shut down this broadcast, if you haven't made it, that is it until next year, right, Levin? So do you think that these players, especially the ones at the top upper echelon of your expectations, have that built-in ability to handle that level of pressure?
Yeah, I think so many of them have dealt with it before. You know, I look at a team we haven't talked about, you know, so far, Refsguard and Trippin. No duo in this lobby will have as much experience as they really have, right? They've been around for ages, and so you look at them, are you going to stay composed in such a high-intensity moment? I look at them and I expect them to.
100%. I mean, they are a duo as well that you don't expect to see in the last chance qualifier. You want to see these type of duos qualify Major 1, 2, 3, right? Way before. But now the stress levels are just that much higher being the last shot.
All right, speaking of last shot, this is it. Let's get right into it. The first game of 6 of the last chance major. Who's going to make the strongest start? It's now time to cross to our amazing casters. It's Taco and Shia.
Thanks so much, Ian. And the analysts, of course, always love hearing from those guys and picking their brains before things really pop off here in EU today. But Shayo, all this talk about new duos, and they didn't even get a chance to really mention us about it for EU.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun to see exactly how we break down how everyone has their last chance at getting the globals. That's really what's, you know, on everyone's mind across all the regions, but EU specifically right now is going to be a blast, Taco.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of emphasis surrounding the pressure and the stressfulness of this situation, because we really can't stress it enough. I mean, this is 6 games. That's it. The last chance major is the last chance for a reason to get your ticket to the Global Championship lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different wrench to, work with for a lot of these duels coming in. They're used to, at this type of, competition point and stake, have 12 games to go through, have 2 days to play with overall, have a little bit of VOD review in the middle, but all in one session, all in 6 games, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, limited time just means limited mistakes, but now here, game number 1, these players are trying to get off on the right foot, and the battle bus is ready.
All right, let's see how everyone adapts to this new lobby. I mean, same spaces all around the map, but the biggest thing to kind of just look out for is the spire in the middle. We talked about it a little bit. Pablo Ingu, Bevies looking so good overall on Major 3 and would have just ran the entire tournament given even just maybe 2 more games. It's not even the full 12 overall that they played, but we'll see what they do with this one as they have a free spire now, Taco. That should change up everything for these guys going in game 1.
Of course, I'm sure Pablo and Bevies are definitely excited knowing that they'll have this Polluted Spire uncontested and all to themselves. And given the fact that we saw them get a couple of Victory Royales every single time they were able to make it into that endgame portion, that's pretty impressive stuff. It's not easy to collect Victory Royales like that, but a decent amount of action already taking place on our north part of the map here. A few teams trying to see what they can collect in the process.
Up top near Stilts, I believe, right now, and it's kind of surprising to see Janice and Reason, expecting them to be a little bit more south on the map, but they switched it up before the day started. No duels going down just yet. These guys have something new cooking on the Frosty side.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that over at this stone tower, Giannis and Reason largely expecting to be uncontested here. This means Sloxe and Citra, who had other plans in mind instead. They're just going to go ahead and keep on clearing out the top half of this building. Reason, meanwhile, crouching along the bottom, trying to make sure that he's able to collect some materials for builds in the process, because just look at those mats, Shy. I mean, only 2 to work with the time being, and he wants to just take the battle into his own hands, right up the zip line. Nice shot's going to connect, but doesn't have a whole lot of shield to work with. Has to be careful on the descent.
Yeah, no mats here, just shots is where things get crazy. Got to be very careful. Limited HP all around. Just the reason have the advantage up top right now. Citra and his team are going to be able to just get as many mats as possible down below, but they look to just speed things up a bit and start to move. Exposed for a second, more shots come in. Reason and Janice have so much control.
But look at the shield advantage right now for Sloxe and Reason. Giannis still trying to maintain a little bit of the high ground here. Height. Always nice to have, and a good drop out of Reason is going to be the first not confirmed. An easy siphon collect as well, a little bit of build materials, and a pickup of just confidence here. When you're opening at your drop with an elimination to start, 2 versus 1 situation here, it's going to be tough now for Citra to even have a chance to escape, much less live.
Just delaying the inevitable right now is exactly what Citra is doing. Unfortunate that Slox goes down like that because we were trying to do some type of split on them, it looks like, but it's not going to be in their cards whatsoever for them to survive for too long. We'll see what ends up happening next in a little bit. Yapko, Paco in the distance, just adjusting where they're going to be starting the game. Rivers up in the air, but Reason doesn't even care. He's just focused on the fight that's happening at the bottom right now. Just looking to see how far this one will go. Meanwhile, Riz finding Rexy across the map. And just, yeah, this fight just going to take a long time because I don't think Citra is going to give it up really easy at all.
But that's the thing. The amount of time that's already been expended here for Giannis and Reason. Sure, you've gotten 1 elimination in the process, but knowing that there's still an opposing member there in Citra at your location, they're just having to spend so much more time they could be utilizing on farming instead. Near the gas station, though, for Shadow and Cryfalls, they find themselves in a little bit of a predicament. Shot will not connect. Right side peak gonna be given up for the time being. Now it's Tripper and Refs trying to see if they can find a moment to collapse here. And Trip, just doing his best to sneak around, has a pretty ninja-like position. And it doesn't seem as though there's going to be any further push, but Tripp, he's got to work this one on his own for the time being, given that Refs is already out.
Tripp and Refs guard, this is a fight they have to win with speed. A lot of the times they just end up taking it too long in these fights. Their position looks a little bit wary, and then after that, Surge has been an issue for them in Major 3. Now though, Tripper, really good defensive options. Backing up, it's a 1v2, unfortunately. For this man, this might just be the end. Unseen though on this side, but nope, it's just the repositioning from Shrift right there. I mean, this is just unfortunate for the duo in terms of a game 1 start. They won't have 2 days to rock this one. Between with Janice and Reason, again, getting a little bit more northern as they go straight for Walks and Chapix. And they're trying their best to stay in the game, get anything done, get a little bit more aggression, but having that type of fight over towards the north and then moving so fast to another, they have no resources to really fight Taco, and they go down easy.
And that's just so painful, though, for Giannis and Reason, because, again, they had to spend so much time just dealing with that initial duo at their drop. They didn't really get a chance to ever recover. And that's the thing, is that it's all too easy for another team to just stroll on in during that engagement. But a little bit of a slower down pace here for Crizzy. Already a couple eliminations to his name, so we'll have an opportunity to farm things out, but a nice breakthrough of builds, and it is just non-stop pressure here for Crizzy. Almost calling it close as well, but the Man Thistle will be enough to actually confirm that final elimination. So now it's all about just spending what time they have left in the early game to collect as much as possible in terms of heals and materials.
Time to rift up. Yapko Paco, move it in and actually playing the north side the most conventionally that we've seen so far. I think Yanis Reason just had a little bit of a hurdle on everyone else. These are not their builds for now, so they're taking up a old build fight that we saw go down at the very start of the game. It's nice how everything loops around. So a few teams have already fallen around, but you can see that everyone has their own little route they're kind of going through in this early game, fighting and not hopefully all inning a lot of the times. A lot of the teams that we see back and forth. Bala Alex Cod over at Shattered Slabs for them, getting towards the mid game also slightly challenging. They want to be able to make it towards that 8th, 9th zone. Really healthy, good on Surge. That'll be the biggest challenge here from Slabs. So many teams, so much action. They can only handle, you know, just as much as they can.
But at the same time, this is a great opportunity for Alex and Bala to collect some much needed Surge tag damage, and something they definitely seem to be keeping their eyes on. Just kind of taking peeks where they can, shots where they find openings without having to eat any in return. It's always ideal, so you can actually keep your heals in tow. And just taking their time to farm. I mean, this vault opening as well, a really nice upgrade in terms of weaponry and heals available now for Alex and Bala.
Yeah, they'll get it. They go in and out. It'll be all good. So meanwhile, people inside a hyperbolic time chamber, just keep your eyes on these two names. Bevies, Pablo Wingu have some of the biggest strength coming in to this last chance major. And at the same time, just as a duo in a lobby like this, where a lot of the titans that end up stopping them in their tracks, a lot of the people that give them unfavorable options off spawn, they're not here. It just means that these guys have everything going right for them to get first place by hundreds of points if they play it how they just did a week ago. So it should be very exciting for Bevies and Pablo Wingu.
And Bevies, he's already looking to take matters into his own hands. Finds an opportunity to look for a quick and easy elim, and it's going to be the deal, it seems like, fighting for his life right now up against the likes of Bevies and Pablo Wingu. And Savage finally going to be able to provide a little bit of backup next to Vidil. This will cause Bevies to pause for a moment, but it's all about the build destruction right now. Unlikely to find Mr. Savage and Vidil in a situation where they want to get pinched. So Mr. Savage definitely being mindful of any teams that might be more south of his current location here. He's got Bevies and Pablo directly in front of him, but he knows just how quickly other teams will look to line up for an easy third-party opportunity. And just like that, Savage already eating about half his health as far as shields is concerned.
Man, it was not Archie 1 week. It's going to be Pablo and Bevies coming at you on a box for the last chance. I'm not sure which one is harder to deal with. Someone completely coming through off spawn or you being in the sights and the rotation of one of the most notorious duos that wins box fights so fast. It's gonna be a long 3 hours for those guys here today. Moneymaker and Finayan, we saw their chance over in that third major as well. Biggest issue for these guys is just staying on the same page overall. When it comes to fights, sometimes, you know, they end up getting a little bit panicked and then don't stay together on rotations. We saw over towards the 9th zone, the 10th zone, Moneymaker in solo positions, Finayan in solo positions as well. Never together as a duo, but if they get that duo synergy locked in, this should be a nice 6 games for the two. They're very good at playing consistently when they are together, so that's what they need to aim for.
Yeah, plus I'm sure that Finayan and Moneymaker are definitely happy about that cash collection they were able to pick up. Again, just some really nice resources. A beautiful shot, though, out of Howley with the Mammoth Pistol. 135 is a pretty substantial tag, if I do say so myself, Shayo. Definitely not the sort of damage you want to be eating all the way down on the low ground.
Yeah, accuracy is big. Howley, we've seen him take those shots before, too. From now all the way to that 6th zone, he's just really good at capitalizing on any opportunity given to him. So much fun. Pablo Bevies, though, once again, just claims so much space with how they play. You got 1 box, you get a lot more. You got 2 casters. We'll give you 1 more mid-game analyst to explain how Pablo and Bevies are in this position. Minnie, what's up?
Well, of course, the big talking point going into today is that Pablo and Bevies are actually uncontested at their drop spot for the first time. It's going to be interesting to see how they develop their Storm Surge strategies throughout the day, but for now, they've actually managed to capture that vault at their POI. Of course, they're guaranteed that, of course, if it does spawn there, so it's really, really great stuff from them. There's no other teams around to capture this vault, and of course, they are actually able to capture a cache as well. We see these guys fighting for their cache a little bit right now, so I think that could be what their Storm Surge strategy is for this game. I'm kind of intrigued as to how that's going to develop, though. Will they try and fight a little bit more for Surge, or will they try and base up? We'll have to wait and see.
Sheesh. What? If there's one thing I know for sure, Shayo, is that if you are watching Pablo and Bevies with a plethora of legendary slurp juices, you just have to assume the best sort of outcome for them.
No, absolutely, and 100% the other thing too, they're going to fight. I mean, these guys fight non-stop all the way till that endgame starts. We see them on top of that island too, day after day, game after game. I just can't wait to see what this duo does. If they get 6 games uncontested, that's going to be huge. And I mentioned the island, it spawns in. Pablo's already there, does not want to give this up for free. They got so much loot to fight with. Slurps, they have about, what is it, maybe 2 minutes inside the storm. These guys are looking so good.
Pablo and Bevies definitely feeling pretty good about this one. Bevies, though, did seem to eat a couple of tags in the process of rifting up onto the island. It's definitely something you always have to keep in mind whenever you're choosing to actually go for the capture point here. But they're definitely not alone. I mean, we saw as much as upwards of 8 teams, Shayo, during the Major 3 finals. So wouldn't be too surprised to continue to see just like several or more teams looking to challenge, because there is so much to be won at the Rift Island, not only in the capture point, but just if you're able to establish a good positioning at height, then you can start maybe looking to try and control the lobby, control some of those teams that are looking to rotate further inwards, that have been stuck a little bit more towards the edge of zone and not giving them those free dead side rotates.
Yeah, Pablo Levies are very good when they get that control up top. They actually block off a lot of sight lines from the top house. The team always thinks they have a lot of downward pressure for free, but they build out 1 or 2 more boxes, then edit those floors, end up stealing away a lot of the pressure higher elevated teams would have. That's why they're usually 1,000 damage almost, or 600 damage above Surge, and then they can do whatever they want in the end game. Meanwhile, Kaizen Clement rocking in. It's always weird when I don't get to say Clement and Floki, but it's all good. You know, different times, same region.
Hey, you never know, though. With the way that teams have seemingly been playing musical chairs almost, it feels like switching up duos every so often. I mean, wouldn't be surprised to see some teams look to return. But for right now, the focus here on today, Belusi, Vortex, hanging out next to the reboot van again. Another team a little bit more towards that edge side of zone. And even though we've been in this like no mobility meta for a while, it seems as though a lot of teams have really learned how to adapt, and big part of it, Shai, was just not expending all of their mats during these rotations, and that's why we're seeing so many teams often opt to just try and play along that edge side of zone and focus more on surge damage.
That's also about using the right mass at the right time. I mean, if you're somewhere in the jungle biome, it's fine to expend them and then go for trees to just refarm completely. Talked about Alex and Bala really good at being together inside fights and pressuring the same walls, working together off of each other's victories and advantages. And right there, you see Alex put down a few shots and Bala there with the finish. It's huge. Meanwhile, we tune back up towards that Rift Island. It's not going to be in zone for now. Pablo Wingu, Bevies, I think they have 4 slurps each, so they can wait a little bit and stay up here for everyone else to move away, get some more shots, maybe even a few elims, and then launchpad the latest. They can also gatekeep this launchpad too. I believe they control that pyramid edit. So in terms of having a grasp on the game, you are watching that in this duo's POV.
The only thing Pablo might want right about now, though, is a little bit more ammo for that flapjack rifle so he can continue to be super suppressive if this team does intend to look for high ground at some point, which I would definitely expect out of Pablo and Bevies in terms of looking to just control the lobby inside of those moving zones. But as for Savage and Vadil, look at it just a little ways underneath that Rift Island and honestly just waiting for a prime time rotation here. And maybe a little bit more damage to collect as well, but then again, when you're sitting 400 plus above as is, you can definitely put a little bit more emphasis on the rotation itself.
That's what I wanted to mention. I mean, we haven't really seen these guys in a position like this in a long time.
Right?
10 damage above, no one really around them. They're not, you know, completely shot for loot or anything. No one's even focusing them. Vadil's alive. Everything looks good for the duo. Meanwhile, Pablo Bevies found their next target. Blow on Surge, but it's business as usual as they can get up very fast, forcing a lot of pressure inside the storm. Once again, Surge will be popped. This zone means nothing to these guys. They basically put on a filter to where it doesn't even exist. They're playing in Ultra 4K HD. Meanwhile, everyone else, 240p inside these boxes. They can't even see where they're coming from. Pablo with the right side pressure just wants that full elimination, wants some more damage. There it is. I think on the other side it looks like, and he takes a big shot, has to back up. Yeah, that slurp can tick, but you only can take so much damage, then you'll go down. Another slurp popped. They're gonna be able to big chill. Surge actually knocking them down too. Pink by himself, and he knows this too. Okay, one shot is all it takes, and he's down. These guys just have such a soundproof strategy. A little behind on damage, but they can just keep fighting box to box to box all the way to the next zone.
Definitely not at the damage threshold, though, that we've come to expect by this point from this duo, though. And Pablo and Bevies know it. I mean, they're working a little bit against the clock there, not trying to take too much damage from these actual Storm Surge tags. Hallie and Nefrizi find themselves in a similar position now, just a little bit below. One good shot on the man pistol would be all it takes, but this is the real challenge in a set lobby, Shayo. And even though it's the last chance major, nothing comes for free. Howley and Frizi looking for any sort of opening, but none of these teams are giving anything up. Just so many builds coming out, so many protective mats. A nice connection, though, finally from Howley off that man pistol. It's going to put them just above that Sword's damage threshold. Slurp Plants also putting in work in terms of providing ample heals without Howley having to expend a Slurp juice just yet. But the water rotate, they know they've still got their work cut out for them. And they're not in the home stretch just yet.
Yeah, tricky for Howley employing the strategy of looking for highlights on these shots. It's going to force him to be a hero instead of just a salaryman hiding free, more consistent damage overall. You just go for the Mammoth Pistol, it's going to be tough to stay on track for your damage. Meanwhile, 7 below for Bevies. Pablo Wingu, haven't really seen them in this spot at all, at least on the back half of Majors 3. Usually they're going to be good on damage. A lot of the times they can't cheat about 200 damage overall when it comes to off-spawn fighting, right? They always seem like they're fighting someone, so they might be expecting to have that damage under tow for them, but it's not going to be the case this time because they're uncontested. They have to force this fight quickly. That meter jumps all the way to 132 that they need. A 153 evens it out and gives them a little bit of an advantage, but they need to finish this fight as fast as possible. On the Bala, it's not going to be enough. These guys, when they're a duo, are looking so good. Just brick walls you can't really break through, and as a result, they hold on. Pablo Bevies go down game 1, much to everyone's surprise.
Definitely a bit of an upset, I'm sure, for that duo, but for Bala and Alex, a nice refresh in terms of mats. Not much else, though, that they could really collect here off of Pablo and Bevies, given all those heals that we had seen Pablo and Bevies collect. I mean, they'd had to expend practically everything by that point, Shayo, right before they were eliminated, just because of the fact that they were pressured not by the lobby itself, but just by the storm damage. They weren't able to get their surge up high enough, and while it is unfortunate, I mean, that's the thing, is that you've only got 5 games left to go, so adaptability at a rapid rate is a must.
And 2 good games for Pablo Wingo and Bevies is 6 average games for everyone that plays inside EU. So these guys are not going to be looking too sad coming into game number 2. Meanwhile, though, we'll watch the rest of the lobby rotate. Ushistedo getting busy with it. Need to move up, up, and up. We're going to such a tricky part of the zone. You're not going to be able to just stay here for long. Zone moving in 20. Got a lot of things. We're actually locking in 20. You got a lot of things to check on that checklist. One of them being damage. 144 now that Lucia needs to get. Pushing over to Howley, but he goes down. On the left, an extra player to be able to fight with as well, but he goes all the way up. This might be absolutely chalked for these guys. Wow, a second in the air, a mammoth shot followed by a beam. Lucia's down up to Steno now, 180 damage below. He's gonna go in for baiting the body of Lucia, but it's not gonna be enough. He's gotta get back to zone.
But for Steno right now, the primary issue is just the fact that everybody seems to have spotted out where Lucia and Steno were at. And so he will eventually meet his demise there as well. Didn't really have many materials to work with either, so building up was just too much of a challenge to actually overcome that slight hill. But Vidil and Savage still hanging on right above that damage threshold. In a pretty good spot, right next to each other. I'm just gonna do a little bit of cone peepage now from Vidil, trying to scout where their next tarp out might need to go. Cheating, on the other hand, won't even have a chance to utilize his minis. Instead, gonna be taken down by that surge damage. Pixie, same predicament, attempting to get the pig off in time, but it's just not gonna be enough. And surge damage claims yet another duo. This is the thing, Shah. We've seen plenty of duos trying to get aggressive, trying to get their damage numbers up. It's just, it's not like other teams have to fight them just because they're charging their boxes.
Facts, you just play defense, let them come to you. Low amount of damage numbers for a lot of the teams we're watching, though. It'll be interesting to see where the comfortable players are, who's really going for hype for the moment, who's locking it down. Belusi Vortex have a lot more than just playing this endgame on their minds. They're not going to be able to really focus on their position as much as they are looking for shots to stay inside the game. We'll be going even higher, though, towards snow mountains and glaciers. There's going to be Curb all the way up top, looking good. Moneymaker from Nyan together on a fight against PKR and Combeck. Going to be tough for them down below. All also on the backside trying to move towards the zone. Many teams on all sides. Vasquez by himself, and not going to be here for now. A rocky road to get to this spot.
Still an opportunity, though, for Vasquez to try and collect just a few more placement points. Knows that he's got a duo charging right above him, but positioning seems to be the priority for so many teams right now. As for Vidil and Savage, they're trying to work their way through these mid-ground layers. There's just so much congestion starting to build up because of the natural terrain that these teams are going to have to actually start building over soon. Enough. These moving zones, they're about to be brutal for so many of these duos that are just caught on that slight hillside.
It has been brutal. I mean, no mats at all for a bunch of the teams on this low ground. Vidil split from Savage now, so this is where trouble starts. We're basically watching 2 solos play now. Vidil going for anything in terms of damage tags to keep both players alive on different coasts of this end game. I've seen the box hit a little bit down, and now Vidil will go for the chase. No mats left, so he has to get this elimination wrapped around the box. The interrupt's insane. Vidil gets Nipsey down. Not many mats to play with, though. Him and Savage in the same box is going to be huge for these guys to just split mats and stay together. Meanwhile, up top, Fire Bro and Curb looking good, stopping Fian from getting towards that glacier. You want to stay so high elevated. I mean, Belusi, good shots right now, but you've got to get towards the top side of this map. Bedmist available to be able to play catch-up slurps as well to get them back inside the game, but it's still going on miles away from them. Savage not by himself. Vidil got him to this spot, but how far can this rocket shine?
With no mats left, Shayo, I believe that Savage is in quite a tough spot. He's trying to do a desperado play, and it's not going to work out in his favor. Winds up falling to pressure from other teams breaking through his builds. Now Bala, same predicament, likely to be taken out by this team's on height. And for Curb and Fire Bro, they're just doing their best to try and stay ahead of everybody else. Try to keep charging towards that front side of zone from height. Kaizen now, another solo in this lobby, trying to make it happen without Clement by his side, but with only 4 builds remaining, so many of these teams just in such a tough position. because they can't tarp. They just have nowhere left to run. They're relying on just praying no one's going to be on the other side of the builds they break.
Lucia, though, has got all the way to this spot, past all that turmoil. Firebro up top has expended all his mats to be able to have that position. So Lucia, depending on what he gets over here, good fish for the tools to be able to win this game, maybe even in a 1v2 type style. Unfortunate, though, no connections here just yet. Opponent on the other side of the box, and he's going to be trying to wrap around the shots, not really connect with much now. Curb and Firebro, perfect type of game from start to finish. Held height for so long since that 8th zone, and now it's all about just a tiny little 2v1 that they can easily land on the Lucia. What a nice game one for these guys to start things off in EU.
And that was all just Curb and Firebro with the most ideal positioning imaginable. I mean, being the team that's on height, largely uncontested, it didn't seem as though anybody else even had some sort of opening to look to chop this team down. They did a great job, again, just making sure to continuously spray onto those mid and low ground layers, just refusing to let anybody have an opportunity to challenge them or chop them out from height.
Yeah, I mean, there's an ancient saying, right? If your feet are stuck in quicksand, you can't jump. And that low ground might as well have been tar and oil combined with the sandiest sand you've ever seen. No chance for anyone to even look over at height if they can't look at the feet below them. And as a result, Firebro and Curb stay high and dry, win that game. Beautiful execution. And you'll have to see Curb pop off.
Yeah, you can see the passion in that player cam as well, and for good reason, because again, 6 games played and you're taking the Victory Royale in game number 1. That is a huge momentum swing and a massive confidence boost as well for that duo.
That really good spot to start off at in general, but there's much more to break down in terms of how game 1 went, so we'll toss it back over to the desk to see what's up.
Taco, Shio, thank you very much. We are on the road for this last chance major. My name's Ian and I'm back on the analyst desk with, of course, Levin and Takata. Guys, Keb and Firebro, you saw the reaction from Keb there. You know what it means when you get off to a cracking start in a tournament with stakes as high as this. But Levin, they played such a wonderful game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the way they were able to hold on to height there towards the end. If you watched Firebro before in FNCS competitions, he does like to play for height when given the opportunity. It can be quite hard in EU, you know how many top teams are up there. But in this kind of lobby, I think you'll definitely seize the opportunity and yeah, building up, you know, really nice fundamentals and up there. And like Shai was alluding to, it's sort of an easy win for them with how the zones played out for everyone else.
Yeah, playing it aggressive as well. Not only controlling high ground, but controlling those eliminations on the mid and low as well. Finishing with double-digit 10 eliminations. So this duo is definitely starting off strong.
Yeah, I mean, 11, 10 elims. If you're going to start a tournament like this, it always fills you with confidence, and it lets you know as a viewer that this team is full of confidence when you are playing so aggressively.
Yeah, and I think personally for me, one of my favorite things to see there about that end game is Curb towards the end, no AR ammo left, right? Like that to me, that's important, because sometimes I see teams on high and you know, the Fraggle or someone's up there and they've got like 300 ammo. I'm like, why spray? Keep spraying, don't stop spraying. Towards the end and no ammo, he has to just drop down and proper take fights. Like, they know what they're doing when they're up there, and they were so relentless, so aggressive. A 10 elimination win to start the day, that's no funny business. They ain't messing around.
Yeah, and listen, they're up there, not just in-game, but on the leaderboard right now as well, of course. Let's take a look at the standings. This is early days, of course. You can't really take too much from this at first view, Takata, but look at that. 10 elims, more, of course, than anyone else in the lobby, and 105 points to kick things off. And, you know, beneath them, it's still nice and close when it comes to the points on the board.
Yeah, and remember, this is the qualifier, well, the last chance qualifier to the Global Championship, so that top 9 is what we're looking at here. And although first place is all the way up at 105 points, the qualifying range currently for the Global Champs is at 52 points with Moneymaker and his duo partner.
Let's take a look at Vortex and Belusi, Levin. I mean, we didn't really highlight them coming in, but they're in a good position here in 8th place.
Yeah, I think when you look at overall, even just everyone in that sort of top 10 range, not necessarily the names people are expecting, right, in terms of just like some of the bigger ones and some of the fan favorites, but all formidable players, and I think Vortex and Belusi fall into that category. Again, at times in this last Major 3, we saw some struggles, but I think here in Last Chance Major, clearly in their element, clearly feeling a bit looser in the way they're playing. And that can be what it takes sometimes, right? Maybe the grand finals will be ain't for you, but here in Last Chance Major, you find a bit of confidence, a bit of form.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like that 12-match format from grand finals. It's 6 matches to be played out today, and we will see who makes it. So starting off strong is important.
All right, of course, we hyped up our winners of Game 1 there. Let's look who just fell just beneath them. Of course, Lucia and his duo in second place on 84 points, Takata.
Oh yeah, second place, 84. Let's see how they were able to do it. I know we saw them in those last moments of the end game. It was actually Lucia, as you can see here, getting Elim after Elim not missing his shots. Pinpoint accuracy, and it's nothing I wouldn't expect from a player like Lucia.
Yeah, I think when you see Lusher in his element like that, you know, there's not many players that are better when he's fully feeling it, he's fully confident. You know, I'm used to seeing him. It's weird, the sort of dynamic at the end there where obviously he's fragging out on low ground, right? Way back in the day, right, we'd expect to see him where the winners of the game were, right? Up on height, that's the kind of style they'd like to go through at times. But I think it's good to see him sort of making things work. The key thing is though, right, is you can only rely on solo clutches so much, right? You don't want to be going into every game and relying on Lusher to make a solo clutch happen. You want something a bit more sustainable in terms of a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And Levin, look, if you're looking for solo clutches, if that weight is on your shoulders for a long session like this, it's not necessarily going to pan out. Let's take a look now at the second page of the standings here. Let's look at the 10 to 20, 11 to 20 range here. And look, like we said at the start, Levin, there are some big names who are yet to pop off as much, but it's a long road ahead of us.
Yeah, I was looking at Video Mr. Savage in some of the mid-game and thinking, oh, hold on a minute, we're actually getting to see them play out a game. It feels like so long since I've got to see that, right? Where we're not just seeing them trapped in the Naughty Nets area. It was interesting because I think some of the earlier thresholds, right, they were able to get surged relatively easy, whereas you saw them start to fall behind and it turned into a very much stereotypical game they've had this season where they aren't together to do it, right? They are just split off as solos, trying to make things work. And they're going to have to really lock in and be that duo we know they can be, because if they can consistently get to endgames to Carter, I don't doubt their ability, man. The fundamentals are there. Savage knows how to lead an endgame. They just have to get there together.
Right, and get there with a good amount of loot. I mean, after post-Island, they got into the kind of chain reaction of being on the congested side of zones. So when those moving zones actually started, they were already low on materials, low on loot, which caused them to get split up and ultimately not having the best game.
Yeah, I mean, Levin, at the very beginning of this show, one of the first duos that you wanted to highlight as one to watch, of course, Janice and Reason. They didn't get off to the perfect start here. They were contested right off spawn.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion about, you know, what their off-spawn situation was going to be like. They had switched around a couple times to different places on the map, and they ultimately went back here towards the north, which is actually the spot they're more familiar with. But because of all the shuffling, it meant that they were contested when going back to this spot, and that sort of chain reaction of being contested and teams knowing that, and so now you have Uruguay and Wox coming into third party that eventually took them out. Look, Janice and Reason are top team, Takao. Nobody's doubting that. But if their off-spawn situation doesn't get better in the next couple games, their chances of qualifying are going to slowly dwindle.
Right, especially with the 6-game format. I mean, they did a good job in the initial off-spawn engagement, or when they started chasing their opponents into Uruguay and Wox is where it got a little difficult. So hopefully, moving forward, maybe their opponents switch drops, or they can finish the engagement a lot quicker.
Yeah, like I said, guys, this is early days. Of course, we're going to see these chess pieces moved around a lot over the next 5 games. And speaking of which, it's now time to get right back on the battle bus for game number 2. And leading us through the charge, of course, is Taka and Shayo. Guys, take it away.
Thanks so much, Ian, Levin, and Takata. A great game 1 breakdown, if I do say so myself. But Shayo, it was only game 1. We still have 5 more games to work with. And with game 2 on the horizon, I'm sure a lot of these teams that might have had some of those first game jitters, they've got to get them out the way now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Surge, a big issue in that first game for majority of the people in that lobby, and at the same time, the zone kind of unorthodox on how it's played. So if you had a good position earlier on, you got very much so rewarded in that game. And we saw that with Firebro. We saw that towards the end of the game with a lot of those mid-ground teams.
Yeah, and I think the main thing as well that really just stuck out for us, at least, is we saw so many solos running around in those final moving zones. I mean, a big starting point might just be making sure that you're still with your duo by the time it hits endgame, but always easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all because of, you know, how tough that zone was, this game might be even tougher for a lot of these teams. Let's jump in and see what game 2 has to offer.
And again, with game 2 now underway, for a lot of these teams that didn't get the start that they were hoping for, I mean, this could be a great bounce back swing of energy that is much needed when you find yourselves a little bit further behind than you might have anticipated. And again, some of the adjustments though that we saw from a couple of our duos, most notably I think Badil and Savage, we saw them at 12th. And again, I think that switch of the drop spot has already seemed to bode pretty well for them, even though it's relatively early on, you know, not trying to jinx it by any means, but definitely a pretty strong start in comparison to what we saw in finals.
Yeah, I definitely want to see them get even better, do even better. Meanwhile, Janus Reason looking at possibly a teeny type strat, going to different spots all around the map. They'll lock in towards even more north side situation. No one here right now. Probably just a flex glide on that upper part of the map. Yeah, Citra all the way to the left now. They're not going to be fighting for that little outpost. Wingu already off the spire and moving.
And those are the kind of adjustments that, you know, you could maybe expect to see from a team with as much experience as Giannis and Reason. And I'm glad that Levin even mentioned on the pre-show, we're talking about all that team really needs is just like that huge boon of confidence back in their play, that swagger that we've seen both of these players have in the past. And they definitely still have more than ample potential to bring that right back.
100%. You want to make sure you're good to go, ready to fight. Want to be here for all 6 games today. There's reason because they are just a little bit unfamiliar as to what's going down on this side of the map when it comes to this overall state of the tournament. Have to be careful with every new spot that they go to. You have to be very vigilant that no one's just waiting inside houses, doors. We saw a little bit of that inside the finals last week.
Yeah.
Badil Savage, though, they're not going to be able to, or they're not going to have to deal with that. They're going to be fine doing their little split.
Definitely plenty of places for a team or a solo to hide inside of that beef and bounce, so definitely don't blame Giannis or Reason by any means. But for Astral and Lazen, they've got F9 in their sights. Not trying to let him go for free by any means. Gonna force him to expend a handful of builds here as he looks to sync up with Moneymaker, and now it's Astral building up ever so slightly, trying to chop out the builds there for Moneymaker. Will be successful temporarily, but now it's a chop for Astral himself as he drops. F9 gonna expend one of his last slap splashes as well. And that little boost in energy could be enough for F9 to actually look to close the gap here. But again, the real trick is just getting that time to elimination down, Shio. Just making sure that you're not spending too much time on these engagements, looking for those eliminations or surge damage, because we've seen just how quickly other teams can look for their third-party opportunity.
Yeah, he's gonna run, get to step 2 in terms of the overall plan. Sometimes they'll either get stuck on step 1. That's exactly what's happening at Anki right now. Pops on the other side, looking to see if he can help with this nice little split that's going on in this fight. Up against Crizzy, who did live overall in terms of early pressure in game 1. Now in game 2, having a bit more trouble. Third party coming in from the long distance, making this even more difficult for everyone to fight in. But it looks like it'll go the entire mile as these guys on this side, props to, they're not going away.
No such thing as the respect for the 1v1 when it comes to Fortnite competitions by any means. Got to be careful when you're actually looking to charge what's directly in front of you in case your backside isn't closed off with an edit. But for Crizzy and Brandman, still trying to work their way through. A little bit of top-down pressure now for Crizzy as he keeps shuffling his way around these boxes. Finally gets the opening he was looking for, and now it's just non-stop pressure with this flapjack rifle. But it's the other duo from a distance that's going to force Crizzy to have to reposition here, nearly getting the better end of Fergans in the process. And Crizzy, he's still just trying to push forward, but that pressure from the duo from a distance, it is just putting so much in terms of damage onto both of these teams trying to duke it out.
Last life here, but a good shot from Anki. It's that much needed siphon back. Madness available too to keep rolling. And one last mini from Crizzy's body. It's Carbon Fibro coming in. Really good idea to actually close the distance, as they know they've done so much damage to so many people. Seen the shield cracks as well from far away. Now they can just come in and shoot at whatever moves. Brand down. Crizzy's duo gone. Curb though, I mean, you made this fight and you're gonna be able to see it because it was so loud. Actually interacting with it puts you in the same position. More third parties now looking at these guys, and they're also collapsing in closer too.
Look, the closer you get, sometimes it is not desirable to try and look for a cleanup situation here. Pen and Bask now falling victim possibly to their own strategy. They wanted to collect some freebies, instead have to now be mindful of Fibro and Curb, but Pen reconsidering his actual approach. Gonna choose to get himself back up to 100 shield just to make sure that if he continues looking for a fight, he'll be in the healthiest position possible. But Curb and Fibro think their danger instinct is starting to go off here. And they're looking to reposition entirely. They already got what they were after. One elimination there for Fibro is enough damage for the time being. They don't want to expend much more than what they have to at this point.
Hopefully going for a back-to-back for those guys. Meanwhile, Kaizen and Clement, they're going to be rocking all the way past the Brutal Bastion inside these chasms and ravines. Looking to see what they can do next.
From the bottom looking up, though, Kaizen gonna realize doesn't really have a shot to work with. So they're just gonna keep going through the northern part of the map, seeing if they can start rotating maybe a little bit more towards that mid-map area. Granted, it's always gonna depend on which way the zone actually winds up pooling at the end of the day. That'll be the ultimate dictator as far as how these teams choose to rotate. But Vidil and Savage, I mean, sitting at a pretty good spot right now in terms of their damage threshold. Vidil still on the hunt as well for whatever other tags he can look to collect from his mini sky base.
All about landing good shots. Really important in box fights too is Hype and Cringe. Up together right now, need to keep winning more fights to stay ahead of Surge, to be on a good game plan for their overall game. It's Ascot and Bala again, who are just very hard to crack when it comes to you pushing them and you fighting them. Defensively, these guys are really good at looking out for each other inside box fights.
Seems as though both these teams have a decent ways to go now as far as that next zone pull is concerned. But Hype, Cringe, they're not willing to let this one go just yet. They've spent enough time here for them to determine that finishing out the fight now is kind of a necessity at this point, and based on Hype's loadout, seems as though he might be looking for a possible opportunity to see if he can get better heals at this point. That med mist quickly running out. Small ticks from the storm, obviously not a threat just yet, but still annoying enough for Hype to know I've either got to invest or rotate. And I thought it was going to be an invest moment here for Hype and Cringe. Instead, it's full swing into the rotate idea now.
This is what they're going to be rotating into. Many fights happening on the middle and left side of the map. Demon and Lucia, second place overall on the board, second place in game one. Trying to translate that to stay on the podium for game number 2. We're going to see what they can do from this box that is being pressured from a lot of sides. On the north, people are walking by. What's going on with Reason over at Stilts? They're also making their way into the game. Yenis, a little bit more success inside this game. Nice shot, good control. Got the loot, max mats. They're looking very healthy this game.
But look at that pincer tactic from Reason and Giannis. One attacks the front side of the box, Reason goes to the back side of the box, and there's really nowhere for that solo to run. So a nice, quick and easy elimination there for Reason and Giannis as they continue to rotate around, but A little bit more threat from a distance here is Reason. We'll have to utilize some builds. Just tarp out a little ways. But he does still have enough to get his shield back to practically full. So not much stress just yet for that duo.
Not just yet. I see the mini signal in the sky, so I want to see what Mini Miner Man has to say about this one.
Mini Miner Man is thinking all the way back to game number 1 off spawn. Trip and Refs, they went down off spawn because they tried a 50-50 at those sort of caravan area. They've decided to split their drop very much like they did in grand finals. And of course, this brings a few more issues for them, but they are surviving off spawn, which is really, really great stuff from this team. We actually see Refscar dropping Trip his assault rifle, and whilst Trippin goes up on top of this base, we see Refscar actually going down, farming some materials to keep their materials afloat. Because remember, they don't get all of that metal at those caravans areas, so they need to try and gather as much of that material as they possibly can. So with 5 games remaining, they've decided to split their drop instead of 50-50ing. So hopefully for them, I'm expecting a big game for this team.
Splitting the drop, splitting the responsibilities as well. The Tripper in there on damage duty. As for Nebs and Hellfire, Nebs, he's got the Mammoth Pistol, and he's also got his own MK assault rifle if he wants to try and find some extra tags in the process. And it does seem as though that's the primary idea here. Also potentially looking for a setup opportunity for when that Rift Island spawns in.
Yeah, that'll be the best thing to collapse on. I think that's exactly what they're going to be going for. Just slightly away, but so many people have that idea around them. I mean, the points, everything associated, the control you have, just the nice little game plan that exists too. It's huge. They'll go for free tags for people flying in. It'll be Janice and Reason. They'll rock through. They're going to be able to get a lot of the stuff that's available on this island, but at a cost of their HP. Should be fine. Have a lot of shields already. And afterwards, we'll be able to get even more from the capture point.
Just a great job, though, from Giannis and Reason to be the first ones to touch down on the Rift Island. Very common tactic. You'll see these teams looking to box up with brick around that capture point. And a successful endeavor for Reason and Giannis now. They'll be reaping the benefits of that immediate surge onto the Rift Island, but again, can't expect them to necessarily walk away from it for free. Granted, they do have a pretty good height advantage over some other teams, but wouldn't be surprised to see another team look to try and shuffle their way on up to Rift Island, maybe look to take the vault if possible.
Gotta keep accruing as much loot as possible. That's what it's about. Vortex Belusi, always kind of in that, not even passenger seat, but, you know, back left seat where you can't even see the driver and maybe sometimes can check for a blind spot. Not as in control is what I'm trying to say of their destiny. Major to major, final to finals, no matter who they're playing with. This time, though, some experience in the finals last week paired with what stakes are up for grabs in this one. They're looking overall good in their game plan in game 1, early game. I think that was the issue overall in earlier tournaments. They want to just be able to make those late ones stay as a duo look good. Meanwhile, Rexy, I Pumps You going down early, one of the first duos to go down in game 1. This time inside a fight, pressured because of Surge, not enough damage. And as a result, they will go down. He talked about the split drop for F-Scarred and Tripper, and he talked about how they split this duo apart too inside this fight. 944 damage above. That is a record for what I've seen on the day.
That is a massive amount of damage to be above the threshold here, Shayo. This can be a full shift now for Refs and Trip to just prioritize positioning for whichever way these next couple of zones end up pulling. And as you can see, a decent amount of congestion already building as well on the west side of this zone. Great opportunity, I think, for Refs and Trip, given that they are in a relatively dead side spot for the time being, to just look for a more central position, maybe try and play bouncer to any of these teams that are looking to shuffle in from the congested area.
You want your own space. You want to be able to do what you need to. Bevy's probably winning once again. Not having as many early fights to take, not having that free extra padding on their surge trash, and having everyone kind of just used to what happens now towards Rift Island. and used to the drop in every single box earlier on, they're having a little bit more trouble staying so ahead on Surge. Somewhat more reasonable zone overall for them to fight with as well. They try to surprise all the way up top, but seeing as Bevies is not going to be able to make that mantle inside the box, so he is allowed and welcome. The door is open. Please bring on it some more. Knock on it again, because we'll take that loot for free. Riz and Rad looking good right now.
I've never seen somebody be so prepared for another person to jump into their box than what Rad looked like in that moment. For Pablo as well, that shield crack sound possibly alerting some of the other teams on this island that he is not exactly in the healthiest position. He might have been just far enough that teams aren't able to hear the fact that his shields were cracked by the Storm Surge damage, but yet again, another crack here. And now for Pablo, it's gonna have to be a bit of a Hail Mary decision here. He needs to find some damage and find it quick. One good shot, two good shots could be the real difference maker here. We'll get a couple of minis to bide his time, but he is quickly running out, and it does not seem as though he's going to find a saving grace for many of these other teams in the lobby. He's dropping instead. That surge damage threshold getting further and further out of his grasp as a solo here to try and acquire those last couple of ticks of damage. It'll be an immediate drop off the zip line, but not enough time, not enough health. And one more time, Pablo and Bevies dropping relatively early on here in game number 2. Paco as well. Yet another player elimed by that Storm Surge damage. And it seems as though that damage threshold that we saw from Refs and Trip, it might be a very uncommon thing from the other teams so far today. So Refs and Trip have definitely got to be feeling pretty good about where they're at.
Kaiser want to be there. That's some good damage. Honestly, I don't know what all these guys are doing that we're watching. Paco, Pablo, if I'm them, I'm just walking up to a box and landing a 500 damage pump shot. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? You just gotta do 600, 700 damage to stay above everyone else. Just land the big shot, right? No, it's not that simple at all. We can only wish. And so many people inside these boxes are gonna be low HP for Clement to do just that. For Firebro, not looking as icy as last game. Getting a little bit more tropical with this one, and as a result, their rotation, their brain's gonna be tested now. They could keep going, jump into the ravine to the bottom left, be out of sight lines towards that right side, but I have no idea who could be waiting.
Some of these teams just trying to be built a little bit different here. And Curb and Firebro, while they don't necessarily have a whole lot to their name, they might be okay for the time being. Not really looking too comfortable as far as that damage threshold is concerned. Barely above 24 last we checked. But they definitely need a refresh of some sort. Refresh, whether it's for materials or for heals in general. Ammo can also go a long way. Trip and Refs, their damage threshold, again, still sitting plenty above where it needs to be. As these two now look to move a little bit deeper into the zone. A decent amount of traffic behind them as well. Trip and Refs have got to be aware of some of the congestion that's starting to build behind them. And again, with some of those teams already entering just inside the edge of the zone, have to expect some of them might be looking to get a little bit of a sky base going and play a little bit of keep away from all these other teams trying to push in.
If you're Giannis and Reason right here, Taco, what are you doing to get in?
Full sprint to full send. That's really their only option at this point. They have to basically just ignore everything that's going on behind them. They've got a clear line of sight, and they're just doing everything they can, torping as rapidly as they can, taking shots where they might find an opportunity, but again, they know just how much ground they have to cover, and they know just how crucial it is to actually find themselves inside of the zone as quickly as possible, because if you get caught out on these edges, again, it's just so easy to then be further suppressed by not only the congestion working its way alongside you, but those other teams that are also already in position, in zone in front of you.
100%. I'm liking their two-stop shop approach as well, where you really focus on that glacier first while coming in. Want to get as close to it, want to just focus on any people that are up top there, kind of get all the other stress factors out of the way. and then wait a little bit and then move because they have the time. Now, Firebro and Curve can do the same thing. They're looking to have these trees block off sight lines and get close to that glacier, but they don't have the same amount of time to get in. They don't even have the same amount of HP to be at that point. And, you know, you're talking about some of the tertiary stuff. The primary thing is they have no mats, so having the option to move up that glacier is not going to be the thing either. They have to stay down below. They are going to be able to get in for now, but you look at that next pull, never mind. Is that a collapse shot too? Both of them down. That's crazy. Free pickup for Fnyan. Nuts.
Not even a chance to look at the next zone. They didn't even get an opportunity to breathe from entering the last one. But that's just how quickly the rug can get pulled out from underneath you. One moment, you've got the victory royale. The very next, you're scraggling your way into the zone, and still, it's not good enough when facing up against the likes of some of these other teams, putting themselves in a slightly better position than the game before. But that's the other thing, too, is for a lot of these players, you kind of just have to take every single game as is. You just have to play it out as if the one before you didn't exist. Because the moment that your mental starts to fall, the moment you find yourselves panicking or hesitating in your shot-calling decisions, that's where things can really start to break down for you. For Kaizen, wary of the team on his backside, full pressure right now into his box, doesn't even get an opportunity to look for backup from Clement. Instead, Clement, he's gonna have to forfeit any sort of opportunity to look for a counter elimination. He knows 1 versus 2 is not the predicament he wants to be in, so he continues to just try and charge as deep into the zone as possible, but working his way from these low ground layers, it's gotta be so much paranoia, Shayo, when you just see all of these builds existing in front of you already.
Yeah, but not a space that Clement's been a stranger to before. I mean, this man knows how to be inside that clutch driver's seat. It's actually very comforting to watch a lot of boxes in front of you, especially built up with brick, and you don't see anyone editing on you in front of you. You know, these guys are just kind of focused on the next thing in front of them. They're not going to be really focused on you. So more of a saving grace than paranoia overall. Vortex Belusi inside that same spot. You see everyone have that bounce back as well. They're going to be focused on just staying low key, because if you edit, you're going to be in trouble. And luckily enough, we don't see Belusi go down. There is a minute for the zone to move, and it is a bounce back the other way. These guys have max position on it, so this res should come through easily. For everyone else, they've had experience coming up this mountain. Now it's time to go down. The most important thing is just to build behind yourself and build exactly where you're going, like Clement did. Is a solo right now, has a few more mats to roll with. I think it'll last him about 1 or 2 zones. Has to be very careful here. It's all about blocking your front side and then moving, but not moving too fast. Clement focused on everything. Can't watch his feet, slides, and he's down.
Oh man, that is painful, but it just looks as though Clement was so focused, Shayo, on making sure that those teams in front of him were going first. You could see him trying to hang along the edge side of that storm, maybe even looking for an opportunity to dip into the storm for an easier rotate away from everybody else. But man,
yeah,
1 step too far, and that's his own demise. Definitely a tough one to go out on, but happens to the best of us.
Now Trippin and Vidil, we saw both their POVs. Hen's also down as well on the backside. Trippin and Refsguard, what a good rotate to get in front of the whole lobby and actually do that a little bit of an L. Vidil right behind them, though. They're going box and box tandem. Refsguard protected, though. On the walls all around them. Trippin's doing a really good job to stay close towards this left side of the glacier, but these guys want this Elam kind of pushed in. They spent too long on this side, but that's just because they ran out of mats, just doing whatever they can to get Savage to play on their terms. Vidil's gone all the way ahead. Savage caught up with him. Height now really focusing on this duo. They're a bit too high. Misedit possibly to buy them a little bit of time. Hellfire below them too. Nevs beside. Trippin still in the game behind Hellfire's walls. It's Chapix and Walks who made a really good rotation on that 7th zone to get in position for these zones to start. They stayed ahead of it just like Firebro did in that first game, and now they basically have it for free as everyone else has to focus on this grueling tundra that's below them on the ground. Vidil, a nice catch as him and Savage set up a trap for one person to walk into their box. He's down. Altensi gone. Vidil, a few more mats to work with, but now it's his final boxes. Beam from the bush. Savage cannot make it on the backside. Now it's just chapped down low on the ice.
Savage getting picked off there could mean a lot of trouble here for Vidil, although Vidil will find a moment to breathe. A legendary slurp juice as well off the body of Chap. That is a huge... He barely gets it off in time. Still have to expend a couple of slat splashes as well, but the team on height, that's Uguay, that's Walks, now taking notice of Vidil, but Vidil doing everything in his power to continue targeting the low ground. quick opportunity to try and farm a little bit off these trees, but Howley doing what he can as well as a solo, but this is a prime position here for Uguay. Uguay will drop no more mats to his name, so instead he's going to try to play Disruptor on the low ground. Challenge to the backside, but it's going to be Uguay knocked first.
This is just nuts, and he found a little bit more room, but it's not enough. Walks, gets him down, but it's Howley with the steal. I can't believe that. Vidil tossing the whole game to a coin flip off that slip that he found on the body. That is the most surprising ending you could possibly see to that game. I thought that Walks and Uguay had that one for free, not a chance. Gotta love Howley actually maximizing everything from his position. How do you even get there is the big question. Healing and Storm for so long, he finally climbs all the way back. Because these guys had height for so long too, Taco, they couldn't stay too high. It gives them access, or it gives Vidil access and Howley access to basically 2v2 them. And look at this reaction right here. He's about to just pop off. The smiles, the happiness, almost expected as well. It's not too exciting, you know? He can't believe it himself, but he had that in the clutch. He had that in the pocket. That is an amazing moment and move from Howley.
Howley with an absolutely giga brain play there. I mean, first the edit onto Vidil, drop him to where he least expects it on the low ground because Vidil had his focus shifted almost entirely to Uguay and Walks. And honestly, for a second there, when you see Vidil capitalize on a shot like that, you almost think that he's just going to clutch it out. I mean, how many times have we seen him win those sorts of situations in the past? But really nicely played as far as timing is concerned on Howley's end.
Yeah, Howley's just nuts in that clutch. I want to see the reaction of the desk, because that one was just too clean.
Clean as a whistle. Shayo, Taco, thank you very much. I'm with the analyst Takata and analyst Levin, by the way. I'm here for this. Listen, that caught a lot of people off guard, including us guys, right? Takata, Howley with the steal. You could see in his reaction that he was probably more shocked than you.
That was disgusting, Ian. I mean, I was literally jumping out of my seat when I saw that back-to-back. It looked like the game was finished. It looked like it was concluded with Uguay and Walks up above. But like Shayo said, that one slurp juice really changed everything.
I'll be so real. You think Howley's hiding in the shadows? Howley is the shadows. Nobody knew where he was. He was just lurking about. Look at this. He's in a bush. Nobody even has a clue where he is. Hitting every single shot as well. Vidil just drops down into his boxes. Like, I honestly, in that endgame, I didn't even realize. I thought it was just like a 1v2 in that situation at the end. I thought the game was done. But Howley to steal it away, like Shayo says, what a game from him. And I love how humble his reaction was. Because if that's me, Takata, like you, I'm jumping. I'm jumping, I'm screaming.
I'm throwing the chair.
Genuine smile, you know?
All right, let's take a look at how that victory there has affected our standings and just the entire game, really. Of course, this is a very manageable circumstance here. We're going to see it chop and change as we roll along here. Kerb, look at Firebro, they maintain that top position, which is always a beautiful thing. But, you know, we talked about Vidil and Mr. Savage coming into this, Levin, and they showed up big here, and they've leapt up 10 places. Good performance.
Yes, very, very strong performance. Again, we got them in endgame, and they were in a much better situation loot-wise, Takata, which I think definitely helped out in terms of that endgame. And overall, when you look at this duo, I think one thing that has to be stated is, as much as we're all Mrs. Savage fanboys, right? I'm the biggest one here, realistically. Vidil needs his flowers. He needs his flowers because this guy at times has been so elite. In throughout his career, and this season especially, when he's asked to frag, he'll frag. When he's asked to lead the team and tarp and claim low ground and do all the things you expect a Nigel to do, he can do those things effectively. And to hold on as long as he did in that game, big.
Look, there's a reason he's an FNCS champion. Levin, Vidil, Savage. This is what I love to see, right? It's crazy what happens when they actually get off spawn and make late game.
Uguay and Walks as well. Showing up here, Levin, in this game too here. You know, a lot of eyes on them now moving into game 3.
Yeah, that felt like some old school EU action. Uguay versus Vidil. I thought we were turning the clocks back a bit, but for this duo, seeing Uguay up on high, it's been so long, I feel like, since we've got to see something like this at this stage. I think the big thing is obviously they ran out of mats, right? They ran out of gas a little bit, and you can see where they were just sort of creeping towards the end on the last little cone here, where they're like, do we drop down yet? Is the timing right? And it didn't quite work out for them. They got stretched a bit too far. But again, that was just pure class from Vidil to really stop Uguay. Didn't even really see it coming. I'm excited, though, by the prospect of this team being involved in these endgames to come.
Yeah, I mean, it's refreshing to see these duos going head-to-head. They bumped up 20 placements on the leaderboard from almost closing that game out on height, but also Howley from that VR, 25 placement points up the leaderboard, and not only that, motivation for the upcoming matches.
Huge, huge jump. And we're going to see some teams dropping as well as moving up. Let's take a look at 11 to 20 here as well. Of course, we're going to see lots of movement. Trip and Refsguard, 31 places up. Strong stuff, Takata.
Looking dangerous, looking lethal. Refsguard, Trip, veterans. We talked about them in the pre-show. I'd love to see them popping off here, making use of all that legendary mythic loot, getting those refreshes, getting those elims. It's just, you know, I just puts a smile on my face. But once again, with those solo clutches, it can only last so long. They need to be up as a duo to claim those high point matches in the late game.
Yeah, I think the key for that duo is, of course, it's early doors, right? You know, the big jump up. It's game 2. They didn't really get to play game 1 outright. They got sort of elimed off spawn quite early. These guys are not going to be 50-50 off spawn, right? Minnie talked about in his little segment, if these guys are actually going to get the chance to play out games, we're going to see that consistency from them. They're going to get out, they're going to be proactive in mid-game, they're going to be way above Surge than everybody else because these guys are used to getting Surge in much more difficult lobbies. Again, it's just about picking up the pieces in the end game and making things click there so they can stick and get a bit more points than what they're currently getting.
Yeah, Levin, do you expect to see these guys continue to leap up? And just a reminder for you guys watching at home, of course, that little grey barrier there that says top 9 advance to the final. Of course, this is the last chance major, which means the EU teams that finish here in the top 9 will be the last to take spots in the last chance major from our region. So you can't underestimate how vital every single game here is, Levin. And every single time you jump up, whether it's from 50 up to 40, 40 up to 30 and onwards, it's vital, right?
Yeah, it's huge. And I think, you know, in terms of asking me what am I expecting, I think game 1 threw me off the scent a little bit. I was a bit like, what are we getting here today? I don't know what's being cooked up. After game 2, I know what's cooking. I know what I can expect to see, and I'm ready for a meal. I'm ready for a big meal today.
Oh yeah, feast is being cooked. I mean, some things I want to see as well. Pablo Bevy's not the best 2 games to start it off. I want to see this duo kind of show what they're really capable of, but also that cutoff for top 9, qualifying to globals. Like you said, Ian, 52 points game 1, jumped all the way to 82 in game 2. So it's a rough competition, and these duos are gonna have to do their best to make it.
Levin, all this talking about cooking's got me hungry. I'm sitting here hungry now, bro. But if you're going to say you know what's cooking, what do you think's cooking for the next game? Who do you expect to perform? Who's popping off?
So I really want to see Pablo and Bevies start to cook because for me, the problems we're seeing them having aren't the kind of problems we would have expected, right? When it comes to this duo, the only issues you would have seen them having would have been things to do with off-spawn, right? Of course, if they're contested, if there's a team third party off contest. But in these couple of games, you've seen them, you know, going down on Surge, losing fights you expect them to win. They have to start to turn that around, and I think they're going to start to see that and see them finally cook.
Well, it's crazy to think that after this next game, we'll be at the halfway point. We are flying through this last chance major. Let's get right back into the action with Taco and Shia.
Thanks so much, Ian, 11, and Takata yet again. And look, we all want to see exactly what these teams are cooking up for us here today. We've seen a couple of interesting strategies already, but so far, Shia, it really just seems as though a lot of these teams are just trying to play to their own strengths.
Yeah, they're just feeling it out. You know, first 2 games is usually where you have that, you know, plan on paper and you want to see how it reacts to the actual field itself. And after these 2 games and a bunch of, once again, winter zones, it's all about looking to see what you can do next in game 3. How do you adapt to some of these harsher zones that are happening overall in the EU?
It's always tough, right? When you're seeing these teams try to make these almost impossible rotations actually happen. But game number 3 might be the difference maker here for our teams today as we're ready to finally head in.
Game number 3, teetering on that halfway point for a bunch of these teams, and lots to be asked for some of the people that are playing today. Takata mentioned at the very end, Pablo Bevies looks so good inside that grand finals lobby when it comes to possibly different competition, different stakes now. Not as sticky, and after that, everyone else fighting off spawn. They're going 50-50 over and over again. From Creaky all the way to Racetrack and across the map, there's trouble off spawn.
So many names being lit up in that Elim feed already, and Fury might just find himself added to it, trying to dance around this building as best he can, a creepy compound, but it's gonna be Vexhagen who gets the first strike here, and the second now for Dabiel and Vexy. A nice double eliminations to get their game started off right. Will be able to now loot up everything at the creaky compound, at least until another team decides to dabble on over, but winning that initial 50-50 is a huge swing for your confidence.
Absolutely it is. Good points, good momentum. That's exactly what you want to see. Dill Savage actually getting a good start to a tournament is very nice too. Lots of control for these guys inside these games. You can only imagine it gets better. Prop Z winning up against Hype. Cringe trading it out though as Anki goes down. Honest and Reason gonna be picked apart as well. Citra and Slock said, hey, they weren't here in game 2, and we saw them kind of lurking around after they didn't appear on our POI. So how about we actually interact with them this time and get some free damage off?
Yeah, Citra just playing like a watch guard almost over at the Stone Tower, and definitely a little bit of risk involved there for Giannis and Reason splitting up, trying to, seems as though they're trying to really collect between Crude Harbor and the Beep and Bounce that far north of the map. They've definitely got to be careful, because again, when you know there are other teams relatively close to your vicinity, you have to expect it's only a matter of time for it to look to push in against you. Giannis, though, was definitely revived by Reason, so that's always nice, but this immediate 2v2 now, no time for any sort of pause in the action here for Giannis. Already lost his shield in the process. Reason trying to connect. Right side peek not going to go his way. And now it's a farm for Metal, farming anything, because Reason, he only has 2 builds. Citra, on the other hand, with 1 build to his name, so it's not like he's in all that much better of a spot. Chest opening, though. And he still has the drum shotgun as well to work with. Citra just doing what he can to break through some of these builds.
It's interesting how less of builds people just have in spots like these, because it's not easy trees or wood to go around. It's tough metal to kind of break down. Giannis gone for the moment. It's all up to Reason now. Big shot in front of him. The spray can't connect after the fact. Double siphon up for the team. Slocks the side trip. If these guys want to be dodged in terms of the off-spawn fight, they will find it again and make sure it goes their way.
Have to keep in mind, though, we already saw what happened in game 1 with Wax and Uguay choosing to venture over towards that Crude Harbor area, since they're split between that Aegis Temple and Frigid Frog. So wouldn't be surprised if they had the same idea to look for that third-party instance. Here at Mega City, though, for Lucia and Steno, a little bit of a different story to be told. Seems as though they might just be biding their time to look for high card, maybe get a vault opening in the process.
Want to be able to get that loot. 121 points for Curb and Firebro up top. Looking good, just hanging on for now, but no one really breaking past everyone else in the competition. It's really nice to see how these guys are adapting to that 6-7 zone change. Doing a really good job at rotating when they have advantage. Lucy Vortex, unfortunately, looks to be business as usual. 1 player down, a little bit of trouble, but they're doing good on the day still. And make it to that top 9 and stay inside it easily.
Might be a tough spot here, though, for Belusi as he continues to just chill inside of these bushes over at Naughty Nets. And for Hen and Vosk, I mean, one thing that we talked about before that we saw Vidil and Savage struggle with during those finals in Major 3, they couldn't really translate their drop spot into ample surge damage to put them in a position where they could actually play those mid to late games like what we've seen from them so far today. And so for Hen and Vosk, knowing that they're contested by this other duo, it does give them that opportunity, I think, to look for that surge damage that can be so difficult to collect.
It's very difficult, and it is very uncomfortable too to be contested at that spot. It's also tough to see that, you know, the people that are contesting you are so high up on the leaderboards too. And Hellfires will find their own way there. Everything going good for them right now. And it was really interesting to see these guys in that last game rotate and be just slightly lagging behind everyone else, because usually they're really on top of rotations, end up going early sometimes too. Especially for winter zones, I've had some of the most experience with it inside Major 3. Firebro and Curb can win games, can play position, but can also, I was about to say take fights. 2 walls you can't edit, Cone on top of you as well. Firebro boxed up, flopper style.
Just seems as though Fireball might have dropped one layer too many there. Didn't seem as though he had the full intention of trying to actually slide that low from his teammate Curb, and Curb now waiting to see if he can look for an opportunity to pick up his reboot card, I'd imagine. But it's not going to be easy with Hen and Vask centrally looking to hunt out anybody else who might still be hanging out in that area. Holly and Nefrizi though, just east of the Citadel, and trying to leverage some of that height for some damage as Clement. It's a pretty big shot.
Evan Kaizen still fighting at it. Brutal Bastion was just a place of rotation for them last time. Now they can stay in it for a bit longer due to the zones. Really getting pressure though and run through all their builds once again. A bit more scarce on the side of the map, especially off this drop. Buys him though. Finding pressure for Clement to capitalize on, but he has lost a ton of health, so has to be offline for a few seconds. Getting picked up and thrown away. Kai's going to be able to hear that and then break out afterwards. Cheat and push so far away. He's trying his best to keep his teammate alive.
Unfortunately, not going to be enough with the toss around there. And now Pixie just looking to disengage entirely, realize that there's another team looking to make their way into this battle. Decent amount of max being expended. It's all Pixie just trying to build on his backside, doing everything he can to try and escape from the Brutal Bastion. I mean, how many times have we seen these sort of engagements breaking out here at Brutal Bastion? It's just such a heavily fought over area in the north, and not an easy POI to control by any means.
Yeah, you can have so many things happening from all sides. I want Mini Miner's opinion. Mini, what's going on in this game?
Well, Shio, Nebs and Hellfire have just got off the back of a really, really solid game of 4th place with eliminations as well. And where this duo really shine is in their mid-game aggression. We see them getting a little bit of surge off spawn just to try and keep themselves afloat. But where this duo really try and go for that aggressive plays is just outside of their drop spot. What I like about what the way they actually rotate here is they actually use the mud from their drop spot and the ice that is nearby just to get themselves towards that central area of the map. And because they can actually get to that area a lot quicker, they can actually sneak up on teams and do this little 3-2-1 play, which actually gets them an elimination off the back of this. Absolutely perfect stuff from this duo. And as we've seen so far today and previously throughout this whole season, when this team are aggressive in mid-game, when they're able to get those eliminations, they usually have a good game.
Some nasty shots there from Nebs and Hellfire. I mean, imagine what it's like for Astral just not even having an opportunity to react even. But that's danger that is posed to all these teams in this lobby. As now Pablo, Bevies, they've got to be careful here. It's already a knock onto Bevies by Reps and Trip, and a collection on the elimination there as well for Trip. So now Pablo forced to try and fight this alone. But it seems as though Reps and Trip, they're a little bit more preoccupied with gathering the loot out of this cache instead. Pablo and Bevies maybe regretting having challenged for that cache in the first place. But again, you kind of have to if you want the resources necessary to carry you through that mid-end game.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be Pablo and Bevies' day as much as it was inside the finals. They're trying to work on that Rift Island checklist as well. Get up top and see what they can do, but without Bevies, this will be tough. Pablo can get him up, and this has happened before. He spawns back in on the island, and everything looks fine and good. Lots of loot for them to be able to split. Just gotta find one game for these guys to make sure they're locked in. Firebro's also back in tow. Cost Curb a lot of his utility, though, to get him here, but it's always nice having a teammate to play with. People have heard this reboot. They want to challenge Firebro for it. Hopefully they make it into Storm.
But drawing things back, though, to the Pablo Bevies discussion, it almost starts to make you wonder if this is a duo that might have maybe recognized the amount of pressure from the expectations that so many people had. You know, you see how well they perform when contested at that secluded spire. So for them to currently be struggling, and we're at the halfway point of our day, again, they're a team that has ample experience, so I'm certain that they can overcome the mental obstacles that are included with it, but it would hurt for sure to find yourself in that sort of position. So I'm definitely interested to see just how well they manage to fight back, because again, how many times have we seen teams be in a similar position to them on the leaderboards, and then 1 or 2 good games, and all of a sudden you're back to being top 10.
Yeah, want to see that pop off happen. Hopefully it does for the team. Want to see the back-to-back for Ali as well. Him and Frizzy must be happy after that last game. Lucy gets Vortex back as well. Mid-game things happening inside the mid-game. Reboots, rotations, yada yada. It's nice to see a bunch of teams actually being inside the zone for once comparatively to last week. So many people taking their good old time getting into the circle. You can when Slurps are in tow and you have a lot of them to play with, but I think everyone's realizing now when the zone goes towards Brutal, and it has been in EU a lot inside these finals and majors lobbies, you have to be on top of things. You just have to move when the zone moves and locates exactly where it is. You can't take your time and go for these delayed fights. Rifts are always an option, but even then, we saw some people just being way too late to play their part of the game. Yapko Paco must be happy this time because not going down to Surge early and actually have the zone next to their home for this game.
The other tough thing too about some of those later rotations is that north side of the map. I mean, remember, it's the north side of the map. There's so much natural map elevation for teams that are close, whether it's off their drops or just earlier rotations to make sure that they are in a good positioning. It can be really difficult when you have teams working with that natural elevation, just doing exactly what we see Yapko and Paco doing right now. I mean, they're utilizing a little bit of height here to just take pot shots at anyone that they spot trying to run around closer towards the zone. As Refs and Trip reminded that the Mammoth pistols will always exist in these lobbies. Definitely not happy about having to expend some of his heals there for sure, but it's what you have to do. You've got to make sure that you are healthy enough on these rotations, because you never know when a 3-2-1 Mammoth pistol from a duo is going to be the end for you.
No chance for that to happen now, though, as there is no duo to face. It's just Pablo. I've been really going for this, but I just talked about how this might not be the best decision looking at how those zones are going. And this is very, very typical to what is happening with us and Tripper in the finals. Now in last chance, they want to make sure that this is a speedy fight. I know they're ahead on Surge, but losing position is not going to be the best in this next zone. I know it's just zone 4-2, but these mistakes and decisions will compound way later into the game. Although we found a 1v1 though against Refscar. Tripper lost in the sauce right now, and Refscar taking a lot of damage. 3 slurps, and Refscar should have a few of his own. Round 2 now starts for Pablo in this intense fight in waves, and unfortunately on the backside another team comes through against Tripper.
You would think that there wouldn't be that many teams still lingering inside of the storm, but no, it's going to be another solo. No, not a solo. Astral playing a little bit further up. But still, the fact that Astral and Lazen were nearly able to cut off Trip and Refscar there, they might have possibly even extended Pablo's life here for the time being, because it does not seem as though Trip and Refs really want to stick around for much longer. So Pablo, we saw him with 3 legendary slurp juices. That might just be enough for him to continue clutching out just 1 placement higher in this game.
I see how long he can actually hold on for. Also talked about just, you know, how the game is going for people who are actually prioritizing the zone, what you kind of have to do inside of these winter circles, these snowy circles, and Firebroke Herb, who are just bent on playing position as much as possible, are going for the biggest wraparound all the way towards labs. Not looking too lonely though, as a few other teams are also trying for the same type of strategy. Some people actually reaching way towards the zone to maybe even block off a few, but the zone can only really pull up more. It's the most dangerous thing you can do. Firebro and Curb staying way ahead of it. Might not have slurps or like the greatest super utility, but a flopper as well as a medkit should just heal anything that's happening from taking this big damage coming in from the zone.
Last thing I want to see, though, is those builds on the mountainside, and Curb instantly reminded of what it is exactly that he's trying to rotate into. It's not going to be feasible to look for a dead side approach here with so many teams already positioned on this mountain.
Yeah, it's actually fine if these guys weren't like so bad on Surge, but the fact that they have to elect for the option to shoot some of these builds and come in from the zone dead side is the toughest thing. They have the game right in front of them. They can now just pull all the way north and then go left, and it's a perfect Firebro Curb experience. The issue is, just earlier in this game, they did not land enough shots. A difference of 4 shots or maybe even just 1 Mammoth Pistol in someone's head costs them game 3 entirely. Yeah, medkit's available. Yeah, there's so much here, but this is just doom for Firebro unless someone runs into his box and then just disconnects and he gets a free 300 damage. Yeah. You'll see Propsy already running away. They're going and electing to go that north side. Demon Bless, Nyan, everyone that's on that left is going to be stuck. Not going to be able to make that rotation. I want to follow Propsy after this. They kind of just steal the essence of Firebro and Curb and just get the game going. They'll keep pushing as north as possible before cutting left, and there's nothing that Firebro can really do now. Matt's looking good for the moment, but he can't build and move at the same time and heal. You can choose 2, and if you only do 2, then you're down to 0 and none. Unfortunate for the team that had everything set up right in front of them.
Was having to go for that reboot that I think was the initial damper on their game 3 capabilities. Yeah. Just so difficult to actually bounce back from those reboots, but a good attempt. At least bought a little bit more time, and again, now you're just banking that some of those other teams higher up on the leaderboards don't necessarily have the greatest of games either, but one team looking for a repeat experience, if not a victory royale together, the Deal and Mr. Savage. They've got a great spot currently on the edge of this mountainside. They know that they're basically situated on that secondary height layer for the time being, but you're going to see those teams to the mountain now being forced to drop as that zone closes in just a little bit further, pulling away from the mountain, but still enough on the side of it to play spoiler if these teams aren't careful.
Gonna be tricky, and now they have to move towards that right side. That's all fire. This is usually where they end up tripping falling if they do. But if they stick together and everything goes fine, endgame should be so good for these guys. Very good at traversing some of these tricky zones, but here we go already. Toughness from all sides, stuck in the same box. Nice extension on towards the right from Hellfire to buy them a little bit of room. Have that slurp, can't keep moving. I think they can take the brunt force of that damage maybe one more time before then they're in trouble. And they don't have slurps to actually take over towards endgame. They still need that utility. They're not built different totally like that, where it's just them and their bodies needing that slurp to go for a height take or make it through some of these tricky zones.
But just like Mini Miner pointed out, one thing that they definitely have going for them is that earlier mid-game aggression and the elimination put them in a good spot as far as their surge damage is concerned, so they can at least choose to maneuver with a little bit more time, a little bit more poise, essentially. Not necessarily as forced to rush things through. And Tripper and Revsguard, they make it happen with the rift in.
This has been a pattern.
Great spot.
Yeah, on EU over and over again. People just rifting in, barely even moving. Everyone's so focused when it's a winter zone on what's happening in front of their box that no one can even focus or fathom the people flying in from the sky. So nice for Tripper and Revsguard. Meanwhile, in the trenches, Clement, Kaizen move in and just make it into the zone. They're praying for that little bit bounce back towards the bottom side. They'll have one of the best spots in the game for that if it's possible. But if EU is anything, it's not merciful when it comes to these zones. If it bounces back towards that north side, if it stretches and goes max, this is going to be tough. We'll find out in 2 seconds right here as everyone's shooting back and forth. Lots of room for Clement and Kaizen to work with. It just goes a little bit towards the right. So now everyone's going to be shoved in, having to move up mountains right now, starting from molehills.
Could be really problematic for teams like Yapko and Paco that were hanging out a little bit deeper north. Now they have to make one of the furthest rotations in comparison to some of these other teams that got a relatively lucky pool. But again, how lucky are you really with so much congestion having built up on this bottom side of the zone? Lucia, Demon, hoping that they can be blessed with somebody running into their box, because if there's one thing they could definitely utilize right now, it's a little bit of a refresh for those materials. Builds running relatively low for some of these teams here in the mid-ground congestion.
Vidal Savage will have to move, make use of the builds that they have too. Looking to be fine for the moment. Up on Surge 2, another good game for Vidal Savage. Is always awesome to see. Clement and Kaizen are going to be the ones kind of stretching their game a little bit thin. 8th zone, just 500 materials remaining. It's going to be tough to make it up mountains and then still play your own game, but they're striving for it, reaching towards stars right now. Hopefully they land on the moon. Hopefully they land on some ice, and they have made it now. Trickiest thing would be for the zone to just keep going forward. They have a nice little tarp to kind of follow back down. On the right side though, future shotgun is going to be on their walls. Clement taking a little bit of damage, but not too much that he can't handle.
And that's the other thing too, with Howley and Nefrizi currently controlling the high ground. Howley, decent amount of ammo on that flapjack, but maybe not as much as he would like in terms of how efficiently he's going to be able to suppress some of these duos. You can see him being a little bit more conservative with which direction he's actually going to choose to spray. Recognizes there's some teams trying to ramp all the way down. He's going to force duo to essentially drop entirely. Still good on builds. Clement, Kaizen, different story. Now relatively low on builds, but they got the natural terrain to work with, and it's going to be a way outside rotate all the way down ultimate low ground here for Clement. He's just going to slide complete bottom. Knows that when he's running low, this low on builds, got to start trying to duke it out in the low ground.
Going to be tough. These guys are basically just clocked out now. I mean, Nebs and Hellfire in front of him, not going to be able to get those through those walls easily. Meanwhile, on height, this is going to be very, very tricky to actually navigate through. You have to be giving up a few layers but being good at the same time. Focusing back on Clement though. Moving in, really going for an all-in here. Once again, full defense. Might not even find too much, but spraying right through the builds. There's one, can hopefully find the next two. It is good for Clement and Kaizen. That's Vexy down. A big pickup. Yo-Yo gone as well. Clement moving now. Kaizen low, might have just left him behind. Tripper by himself too, as Rush guards the cost to get to this position. No builds left, and that zone will keep moving up and up hills.
Tripper just doing what he can to crawl around on the low ground. Medmis, though, practically out at this point. It's all or nothing at this point. He's trying to run into the zone, but he just doesn't have the time and the zone.
Look at it! That is insane. Going up one of the biggest mountains in the game. Clement somehow from low is making it possible. Nebs has expended everything to get to this spot. And now he just has his bullets, and he goes for the second player running outside of the box. After that, sees that everyone in front of him has 7 seconds to find some type of elim. Lots of damage. No siphon though. Zone moving slowly so he can actually catch up on the right side. But everyone still has to move up. He has no builds left and no time. He's gone. Paco now also one of the people who was leading these tarps is going to be absolutely flabbergasted as well. More people coming in from the bottom side. This is one of the most brutal zones we've ever seen in Fortnite, and now it's forcing everyone back down the hill. Howley, who had height, not to this point now, down in the slums of the snow, and he can't do much either. A few more builds gotten. Nefrizi's somewhere, but he's not next to him, and more people dropping in this box. Howley is also down. Now it's just Nefrizi, and he has no mask. There's no builds left inside this endgame.
And that's the problem, is that the team that's on height is just having an absolute field day, non-stop spraying down onto everyone below. It's F9, it's Moneymaker just playing devastators to the entirety of this lobby as if they didn't have enough to worry about. Marine gonna try to get a piece of the action instead. He'll wind up falling here. It's Propsy Hero doing what he can to try and recover some sort of footing, but the legendary Slurp Juice, the Medmis, they're only going to buy so much time. Moneymaker will wind up dropping here, doesn't have any builds, knows that he can just play the aggressor here, trying to hunt out these players that are left standing, but it's a solo situation up against the likes of F9 and Moneymaker. And the zone just one more time, Shayo, keeps being as brutal as ever with the way that it's pulling over height. And that's all it takes. F9, Moneymaker, they don't need to find that last solo. They just needed the zones.
That is just nuts from F9 and Moneymaker. Big props to them to navigate all of that, stay on height. Called it out in game one. When these guys live and are together, they can do absolutely great things. And they took so much to get to this spot too. You cannot ignore the fact that these guys look perfect in one of the hardest zones we've ever seen, in the biggest stakes we've seen inside EU this year in general. Everyone else too trying their best to make it up So many elims all across the board. People who look so good, usurped on high ground, lost inside the mid. That is one of those wrench-throwing games. You have no idea how much that could shake up the board, Taco.
Yeah, it's not even like F9 and Moneymaker had, you know, the highest amount of builds to work with in the world either. They just didn't really need them because everyone was just so devastated by the way that that zone was pulling the first place up over the mountain face. I mean, you see the never-ending ramps, it felt like. Everyone just trying to run upwards, but just no room left to go. And when you have a team controlling height like F9 and Moneymaker did at the very end there, they were just picking and choosing exactly which direction they wanted to suppress.
Yeah, tricky game, and lots of our top 9 teams lost in the Avalanche. Who ends up king of the mountain, though? The desk has the answer to that question.
Thank you. I hope we do have the answer. That's what we're here for. Thank you very much, Sako and Shayo. I'm with Levin and Takata on the desk. Game 3 is in the books, and F9 and Moneymaker making it rain from the high ground. Levin, it was top stuff because that was a really difficult end to the game for everyone involved.
That zone was nuts. Like, you do not see zones like that every day, I tell you what. But these guys handled it so well, Ian. I was, rather surprised. I don't think I should be surprised, though, because they're actually getting coached by Pink, all right? And Pink's already qualified. We know Pink's one of the better IGLs in EU. So I think the fact that they were so composed, they had a game plan to deal with this zone so well, I think that just goes to show, the extra effort they've had and the extra help they've had coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, coaching, big part of Fortnite, especially recently, a lot of coaches putting in the work. But what I love so much about F9 and Moneymaker here is you could see with that difficult environment, they were making the adaptations needed to continue successfully as the game goes on. For example, they were connecting to the natural environment, to the mountains all around instead of previous structures that were built like you would in a traditional endgame, but really played it by the book in that sense, took it from the height, and honestly, those last moments, they didn't even have to really get an elim. They were just waiting in zone, out healing, and it led to the VR.
All right, look, we're at a crucial point now when it comes to standings. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. And a reminder, the top 9 teams here get spots in GC, so it's vital that you get a good position, especially at this stage. And look, let's start with Vidil and Mr. Savage here, 11, dropping a couple of places.
I'll be real, I'm not too worried. Just because, of course it wasn't as good as the game prior, but they're still here, they're still about. I think Vidil and Mr. Savage, everyone's going to have their fingers crossed. I think the lower and lower they drop, right, I'll start to get a bit more scared. But I think for the most part, if these guys can continue to play how they played in the past couple games, they should be well on their way to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you here, 11, because we don't have that kind of factor as we did in previous tournaments for Savage and Vidil, where they might have a very rough early game, and we don't know if they're going to make it to the late game. But even though they dropped a few points, they still made it pretty close to that late game, and they were in the moving zone. So just making it that far, if they're able to consistently do that for the rest of the matches, I'm pretty positive they'll keep their spot in the top 9.
Yeah, I mean, Levin, you're going to be thrilled if you're in this top 9 situation, if you're within the environment now at the half-time point. It's not about maintenance at the end of the day, because ultimately people can leapfrog you, teams can leapfrog you at any given moment, so you can't get too comfortable if you're in the top 9 right now.
You definitely cannot get too comfortable, right? Because people will come for you, right? There's still a lot of games left to really sort of move up and down in the standings. I think the teams who we've seen be so effective, right? The likes of a Trippin and Ref Squad, for example, where I'm looking at them and I'm going, hold on a minute. Clearly
Hold on a minute.
starting to get into a better rhythm, right? I talked about them at the start of the show where I said, there are some veterans in these obbies. They are a bit more experienced. Obviously, one problem they've had is that when they get to the deep end games, low on materials compared to where you want them to be at, but still making plays happen, and I think that is a positive.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what we were seeing from Mr. Savage and Vidil. It might be due to that chain reaction of being on the congested side of the zone from rotates, but to be fair, this was a very north snowy mountain pull of the map, so it was difficult for a lot of the duos that were rotating from the more southern side. So that rotation is expected, and as the games go on and hopefully the maps and zones keep going around, we should see more success from these duos.
Absolutely, and we're going to see some fresh faces start to pop off in the latter stage of the tournament. And speaking of fresh faces, let's introduce one onto the broadcast right now. It is content creator, Fortnite player, all-round legend, Reddish. Reddish, welcome to the FNCS Last Chance Major. It's good to see you again. How are you doing?
You're always so nice to me. What an honor to be here. Hi, guys.
Yeah, it's good to have you on. We've just been talking about the fact that, you know, we've reached that halfway point now, Reddish. What have you made of what you've seen so far?
I'm proud of Moneymaker. I have to say, I just saw the last game. And I'm super excited. I have a few teams I'm rooting for. I'm honestly rooting for all the pro players I met at these LAN events this year, like Savage, Vadil, Rev Sentry, Nibs, Hellfire, Kaizen. It's so nice because I got to meet them and now I'm rooting for them from home. And we also have a Romanian team today, so I'm keeping my eyes on that too.
Look, Reddish, it's good to see you as always. A lot of people watching will be very familiar with how good you are in game. A lot of them might not be familiar with how good you are at table tennis, though. You mentioned you've been at some of these lands throughout the year. Tell me, who are the pro players you've been dominating in table tennis?
I was the pro player. I mean, thinking about it, I know Queasy was like one of the best and he beat everyone. And then Revscar beat Queasy and then I beat Revscar. So I think that puts me like, like we can just say we beat everyone there. Yeah,
you beat me as well.
And I beat,
Can I get a rematch?
I would love to. I think I'll be in Copenhagen for FNCS. So maybe there, maybe.
Oh,
I'd be down for a
maybe.
rematch.
You know, we might be able to continue that ping pong tournament journey battle. But look, Reddish, I'll bring you back to another Fortnite question. I know you did compete in the most recent Nikkei 30 Creative Twitch Rivals tournament, and you actually got second place. How was that experience?
Oh, I almost won it. So Nick's tourney was awesome because it was 7 different maps. And I feel like me and Bonsai Bros, we were the only ones who really prepared for it. And Bonsai Bros beat me in 2 of the maps by 1 second, literally 1 second. So that was so winnable, but I'll take second place out of 32 streamers. It was just an honor. It was an honor to compete in that and to be there with all of those amazing streamers. So yeah.
Yeah, and second place is 6. So Reddish, just before I let you go, everybody already follows you already, but if they don't, where can we find you?
Reddish on Twitch, and they'll find me on Twitter too if they want.
All right, good stuff. Reddish, enjoy the rest of the Last Chance Major, and we'll see you soon, all right?
Thank you. See you. Thank you guys. Have fun.
Thank you. Oh, we love Reddish. And for the record, Levin, I'm a table tennis OG. You don't want this one, all right?
Oh, I mean, I saw you playing in Copenhagen, Ian.
Yeah. Listen, we got to get into the game. Sorry to interrupt. Let's get right back into it with our casters.
Appreciate that so much, Ian. Always love hearing from Reddish as well. I mean, absolutely great Fortnite player, but feels like she's an amazing personality as well. So definitely make sure you guys check her out on Twitch.
Absolutely got the vibes all the way high, especially for Game 4 and how this tournament is going overall. Today, it's close between all these teams. No one's really running away with it, and the zones are some of the hardest we've seen so far in Europe this year.
Yeah, I mean, that last zone in particular, I don't think it's going to be much more devastating than that. If it is, I mean, players, I am so sorry for what you guys might be having to deal with, but game number 4, it's here, and it's ready to go.
Let's jump right in. All right.
I mean,
we'll see.
Still trying to recover, honestly, after what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a surprise in terms of, you know, the zone could only get worse for everyone rocking through. Now we're focused on those off-spawn fights because, again, every team is battling it out. No one wants to give it up.
No, especially not after we have passed our halfway point. I mean, game 4 can really be a massive momentum shift for a lot of these teams. Some teams looking to extend their lead, some teams looking to close the gap on it. And we saw just how tight the leaderboard was as well for at least places 5 through 15. So no one really feeling all that comfortable, but Giannis and Reason definitely feeling pretty good here. They took a little bit more initiative here, got extremely proactive, as you can see in that Elam feed, because Reason, Giannis, they went for the immediate 50-50. Reason just instantly dropping in, taking full advantage of that drum shotgun as well. Just a quick and easy pick 'em upper And that's also big for Reason and Giannis, because we've seen them kind of shying away from that initial engagement, Jayo, and this time they're not messing around.
Not at all. These guys literally just say, yeah, you know, we tried all this complicated stuff. Let's just go back to what works, which is, you know, push you right off spawn. Go for the 50-50 on the chest. Meanwhile, Pixel, snooze losers. Gonna be looking for some long-range engagements. There's many other fights happening across the map as well. These guys go for long-range taps. None at Savage and Vidil's POI. They're looking fine once again, and that's huge because these guys are holding on to that top 5.
And I can't say it's really all that surprising either to see Savage and Vidil just continuing to do well, because again, it was never really this duo's skill that was questioned. It was more so just the fact that their drop spot, initially having been at Naughty Nets, it's a very difficult one to work with, especially when uncontested, but now it seems as though they're doing what they need to. And the same could be said as well here for Marius and Della, looking to capitalize on a potential fight opportunity. But it's going to be Della already with 2 elims. Certainly having to feel good about that. Has to be careful, though, for that player up on the hill.
Yeah, if you're up top, you got to be careful. We saw the third parties in that last game come through. If you are just even a bit unsuspecting. All good, though. Oscar and Sherman will be inside and just being able to get all the loot that they can, and then moving out after the fact. Having a good day overall in terms of being closer to that top 9, but I think the issue with Oscar and Sherman is just falling to these fights right before they need to set up their whole game towards the later zone. So have to prioritize that position and go for surge tags, maybe just a bit earlier. Way easier said than done, though. They know what they got to work on. Walks, Uguay had chances a lot of the times to just be overall lobby leaders, but the issue today has just been people stealing away their crown, people taking away a little bit of their momentum, and the zones being so hard to navigate for the style that they play.
But if there's one thing that Walks and Uguay have certainly been seeming to do quite a lot of, leading from opens to now, it's fighting. A lot of elims having been cooked up between this team, leading through everything else, and Walks, as you can see, trying to leverage a little bit of height, trying to break away into these builds now for Tenzi, and it's not going to be easy by any means, but that flapjack rifle, it is putting in work right now. Just playing so much destruction, both on the front side and the back side. These boxes just non-stop being aggressed into by Walks and Uguay. Huge shot as well from Walks, and finally he's going to get the knock onto Hizix. And at the same time, we're going to see Eltenzi go down to Uguay as well. So a good finish as far as how quickly they were able to collect those 2 elims, but you saw the third party already starting to trickle in. So the fighting definitely bound to happen even more so for Walks and Uguay.
Yeah, I want to just bounce back whenever they can. Been really good watching Propsy and Anki today. Been in really good positions overall, but I just haven't translated that to like really big end zone points. Respectfully so too, but these fights have been just really good at sticking together, having long range splits. Kevin Fireball, as I mentioned, having a really good day overall, but yeah, these mid-game fights just being a little bit tricky when they butt off a bit more than they can chew. Just go for a little bit of damage and then run, but past these hills will always be really difficult.
We've seen this exact same engagement though so many times already from Curb and Firebro. Last game got the better of them for sure, put Curb in a tough spot where he had to actually look for a reboot. And still ample pressure being supplied into this positioning here for Curb. Firebro gonna choose to expend a slap splash, a little bit of a drop here now for Curb, and it seems as though Curb and Firebro, they want to be the first ones out yet again. A nice turnaround with a fadeaway on that Mammoth pistol, though. That's quite the souvenir to leave someone with.
Yeah. Big damage, and then they can move. Big looks on the Howley and the Freezy right now, as well as they just seem to be doing really, really good at the most unsuspected circumstances and just things thrown their way this entire day so far. We saw Howley with a big clutch, and after that, they just used that momentum, just keep doing really well game after game. Now, when things end up a little bit more orthodox and they have more teams in their way rather than just situations or difficult maps to overcome, I wonder what happens then. But their checklist is looking really good. Meanwhile, Clement and Kaizen, I think the most resilient on the day, been tossed every single horrible spot overall in the last 2 games at least, and they've turned it into just the most beautiful things. Literally the definition of pressure in Carbon becoming diamonds, and it's really fun for that, for just to watch for this team.
Certainly a team that is making the most of every situation that they're handed, like you said, because they've definitely been put into a lot of tough predicaments in comparison maybe to some of these other duos in the lobby. But I like the way that they've essentially had a lot of player discipline to put themselves into the right opportunities when they are faced with those obstacles. Because it can be really easy to just want to all-in challenge or just disengage even, but it really does seem as though that team has a really firm grip on what it is exactly that they want to commit to in the heat of the moment. 10 looks like he wants to take a little bit of a fight here. Gonna get a couple of tags from some teams, maybe a little bit further west than he was anticipating. And again, that's kind of the thing about Mega City. You got a couple of duos that might be hanging out on the top of those buildings, might be kind of scoping the perimeters to see if there are teams like Hen and Vasca they could possibly get some of their own surge tags onto.
Doesn't matter if you're in the city, doesn't matter if you're in the compound, the slabs, the entire map is in ruin once again as we go towards the right side. All the game plans I'm talking about, all the point conversions we're trying to have teams do towards this end game won't really matter if that end game is non-traversable. A threat of that north zone happening once again. Reboots for some of the teams that have made a few mistakes earlier in the game. They really have to not only come back, get some nice loot, but for Trip and the Rest Guard, it's about to just be a story of get to the zone, somehow get damage, do 2 miracles at the same time. I feel like half this lobby, once again, is just in demise.
But the fact that the zone is already indicating towards the fact that it wants to pull a little bit more towards that north side, and they're still hanging out Frenzy Fields. They have quite a lot of ground to cover, in all honesty. And it's certainly not going to be easy. The likes of teams like Mr. Savage, Vidil, just west of that Drift Ridge area, trying to take advantage of the fact that there are some teams looking to pile in from that south side of the map with their rotations in. And this Mammoth Pistol, it's going to have to come up big here for Mr. Savage.
It's got to be huge. So far today, they've been so good on Surge. My question for Mini Miner is why?
Well, they've been very good on Surge, but in this game in particular, they haven't quite been able to find any tags of spawn. I think that's the main problem with the racetrack. There's so much space to loot around. We see them actually trying to look for as many tags as possible, trying to split loot as well, trying to maximize the amount of loot that they can get from this drop spot, but we're not seeing them find any, and here's why. You can see on the map right now, there's just nobody nearby. Nobody is close by because the racetrack is so isolated in the middle of the map. We've seen them rotate into this sort of area before as well, just outside of their drop spot, usually picking up a few tags, but right now it isn't quite working out for them, and Vidil's not being able to hit as many tags as he usually can with that Mammoth Pistol. I'm expecting this team to fight a little bit going into this game because if they want to make it into endgame, they're going to need that surge.
Yeah, you got to make sure that surge is going to be good towards the end, because if it's not, it's just tough for the team. Cheating Pixie, same fight we see every single game. This time up, it's up against Uguay. And this is just going to be trouble. Walks on the other side, going to be trying his best to keep things alive, but on this isolated fight, there's not really anywhere to run. Nice shot again from Cheatin. One more off the right side. We're going really high here. Held up by one wall. You can just chop that or go straight out for the fight. These guys are really elevating. And they got it.
Will finally manage to finish that one out, but at the same time, look at all the builds that were expended in the process here. Certainly not the most ideal amount of resources having to be used. A bit of a runaround there from walks as well, but can't say it's all that surprising. I mean, if you know that you're a solo in that kind of situation, I would definitely be doing everything in my power to make the other team chasing me use as much as possible, because at the very least, it's going to leave them in a relatively rough spot as far as maneuvering through that mid game is concerned, because then that's more time they have to expend with actually looking to refarm those resources, as opposed to just, letting them have your life for free.
Yeah, you want to basically make it so that every situation you're in, you get the most out of it for yourself, even if it's not points. So make it hard, make sure that there's consequences to a fight. Firebro and Curb have had a lot of consequences when it comes to going for fights. It feels like they get to a good spot, they have a reason for being there, but then moving on afterwards, if things don't go to plan for them, it's just slightly difficult. How do you go to plan B? What is your second option? We're having trouble transitioning into that. So hopefully they stay on plan A and shots are hit and they can move. Even on Lucia, always exactly where the most of the lobby is, a leading congestion in terms of position. That's good though. That means in terms of every single game, they're getting an average amount of points on placement and then picking up elims to get there, because they need Surge to be that alive and in that position. As a result, they're closer towards that top 5, top 4. Here's Yanis. Issues off spawn in that first and second game. After that, they just decided, listen, if we're gonna get hunted down, we should be the hunters first. And now they're looking really good to turn this game into a catch-up one. They need about 100 points here though, so I have a lot of work cut out for them.
Certainly something that Victory Royale could definitely help out with, but obviously you don't want to bank everything on just winning, because again, just winning, it sounds so easy, but in practice, completely different story, especially when Giannis and Reason are facing the likes of a couple of the teams looking to contest them here on Rift Island, not to mention traffic that's starting to build underneath. Half the island in the zone, the other half just across the edge of it. But Giannis, Reason, seems as though they'd rather take up the idea of just being at the top and looking down, trying to see if they can spot anybody out for some tags with those mammoth pistols. But at least for right now, still having to be cautious with how they actually choose to move around on that Rift Island, knowing there's other teams around. And Belusi, Vortex, Belusi especially, chilling here on the south side of Sloppy Shores, just trying to see if he can maybe look for a sneak play opportunity. Once he realizes that no one's really going to come his way anytime soon, will elect to just farm things out instead. But he's practically max mats. I mean, 4 builds away from max is definitely a really good spot to be in.
This is kind of the teetering point for Belusi and Vortex to see if they want to stay inside that top 9 or have this just be an impossible last chance major for them. This is where they need to kind of get closer towards top 10, maybe even break into it by having a good game, but it's going to be difficult. Once again, we are on the winter sides of things. Getting into Crab and Firebro's story, they're kind of teetering in from that south side as well. Finally landing a shot on Corny. Now some help from some other teams on the right side too on some damage. Living and Lucia, how did they always get to their spot is the question. Just threw a few elims here and there. Nice big shot. Khan is down. And these guys can move as fast as they can towards the next portion of the zone. The issue now is just mats. I mean, they've used so much to get to this spot. It might have been a reboot situation, as you can see the Great Pistol and Demon's inventory as well. So getting back up and having 2 players worth of full loot is going to be the challenge here for these guys to keep playing their game.
Demon's got the right idea though in terms of just trying to farm out as much brick as possible here. Meanwhile, Curb,
nice,
looking to add another elimination to his duo's points. And a quick cleanup as well onto Skeevy. I mean, it's only a matter of time given the fact that they've just gotten Corny moments earlier. And those are the kinds of closures on eliminations that really couldn't come in a more perfect instance, because now Firebro, Curb, they will have a chance to just kind of further extend and not have to be pressured, at least, from another duo while they're trying to make those rotations into zone.
Hellfire and Nebs are up in this position at Brutal and have made a really good effort to be at the worst possible spot to where zone could go in terms of difficulty. Their spot's really good there now because they can give this up and actually have an easier time moving towards that south side. So everyone who played insurance on this side is going to be very happy that zone's moving this way. Yeah, you don't get to pull it, but now you get to just be a little bit far away from what's going down, and you have a few builds to cover yourself as you travel back. So things are going to be fine. Meanwhile, for Reason and Yenis, I think the biggest issue here for the two is, yeah, Rift Island, lots of pressure. You don't want to lose your teammate in a lot of the stuff that happens inside the mid game. So just having Reason as a solo, lots of slurps, he can still live, but mats are going to be his downfall. We've seen how tricky things are when hills are in the way, and there's so many hills inside these winter zones. Reason's gotta, I don't know, find as many refreshes as possible, play box to box, even if he's running low on materials, or even if he's not running low on materials, he has to prioritize getting as many eliminations as he can and getting to those bodies.
Just doesn't seem as though Reason wants to move out just yet, but another instance here for Curb and Firebro. Curb has just been pinpoint accuracy with this Mammoth pistol. That's going to be props getting elim'd now by Curb, and again, just continuing to clear his own path. Rotating through that storm as close as he can into the zone, into a better position altogether. Some concerns, of course, for Reason hanging out at the top of Rift Island, but as far as Kaizen and Clement are concerned, we've been talking about this team and showing some good instances of consistency. And this right here, they know they've got a team that they could potentially capitalize off of. But it's Baskin and now find themselves in a little bit of a situation. A couple of elims, but again, not exactly the spot that Hen and Bask want to be. They want to take the fight.
I feel like this is exactly where they want to be. I mean, 500 damage above, 4 slurps on Hen, Breacher shotgun. Yeah, lots of people around them, but they can just hold now and play defense. If someone's on their wall, you just Breacher, take it, edit. This is the best spot that Hen and Bask could be in. They have everything lined up for them to just win this game. It's central zone as well. It's just huge. If this isn't at least a top 3 from these guys, something has gone wrong, and there's someone that's just found their way into their box that they might have not expected. But if they just work at their game plan, this is a really good setup, if not a perfect setup for Hen and Bask. All this damage doesn't matter. 2 big pots for Hen too. They can do whatever they want.
Pink and Tiv, though, they're doing everything they can to hold on for as long as possible. Definitely not looking the best, though, as far as the health department is concerned. And as far as Hen and Bask, yeah, it's a nice spot to be in, but at the same time, you never want to count your chicks before they hatch. Because we've seen just how quickly some of these teams will choose to aggress into somebody else's box, but Hallie and Nefrizi, they're just doing what they can to even get into a better spot in the first place. They know that there's some pressure coming out of Refs there, and Trip, and they're not the only team. It's Clement, it's Kaizen as well, just looking to cut off all these teams that are trying to enter from the top side of the zone. Some good shots by Howley, but immediately going to be followed up with some damage taken into his shields as well. And now choosing to drop and rotate around the side of this hill. Some natural cover and protection. Has to expect their teams on his backside, though. But it looks like it's height that Hallie and Nefrizi are after, or at least contesting a little bit of it.
They're forced stop because there's so many people in front of them. That's 5 boxes looking at Howley, and they get up and their mats barely even look like they've been super depleted. So I don't know how these guys are doing this. Bad situation after bad situation in the business. Reason, by the way, in that last minute reboot off on Janice, are up to just playing that game together. Again, so much loot available up top too. And Reason had all those slurps. It's taken him all that util though to get to this spot. Nebs and Hellfire are going to be targets on this one, unfortunately. Pablo Wingo Bevy's also up. When these guys are side by side, it usually goes towards Pablo's side in terms of how the fight breaks down, but in this situation towards endgame is very different. Time is not on either duo's side. They have to move. 8 seconds. The zone starts to lock in, taking as much as they can, and now they look like a little bit of a half put together team. Matt's still an issue, but they've got minis, they've got some common heals to be able to keep moving throughout this endgame.
Giannis and Reason definitely hoping that they can find a refresh opportunity. Wouldn't be surprised to see them continue to try and get aggressive here, as now Savage and Badil, they don't have any elims, but they've got a decent amount of loot. I mean, 2 slurp juices here for Mr. Savage. Certainly good spot to be in, but Mr. Savage It's all about the tarping now. He's currently just trying to build forward as much as possible, trying to make sure that they're one of the first teams into that zone. Seems like a successful endeavor so far. Hallie and DeVriesi, though, choosing to just continue running through the low ground and seeing all these builds in front of them. Definitely have to be wary of what might lie on the other side.
I'm so amazed how this duo makes the worst possible situations on rotations look so flawless and easy. Now, the cost has come through. I talked about how he was kind of doing this in a way that actually reserves him a lot of mats, and he's got here all the way to the 9th zone, and they ran out of gas a little bit, based up towards other people who might be in the same spot, so he's picked a good spot to be in, but his crisis management is so good. Meanwhile, Janus, a slurp still remaining from what happened before, but reason's been the cost to be into this position, so now it's just him in the solo. Him being in this position or Reason being in this position, which was better? A question that everyone could ask. Refsguard also, as a solo, has to do as much as he can to just clutch up any points possible. No elimination confirmation on the backside, and now he's going to be running into Hen's line of sight and layers. He sees one edit open. Big shots to the back too. Again, more. We know Hen has so much to work with, so they'll be going late with slurps popped. Janus is there too with them though. Hen almost stopped this track. They can just wait here after a moment and then move after the fact. I'm so very, very scared for a duo that has so much rocking for them going down this early just because they chose to move in a late way. Hen targeted once more. Janus are popping. He can actually match Hen. Bar for bar, rack for rack, shot for shot, and he finds him and takes him down. So much in the inventory to work with. Middle zone, and Hen falls.
But that's exactly what Giannis needed. Just a slightly longer lifeline build. Still not exactly where he wants him, but 30 is better than nothing as far as moving forward is concerned. Vast now could find himself in a precarious position. He's got teams on either side of him. Granted, one of them is a solo in Giannis, but Vasquez solo as well. He's got the breacher shotgun, but breaking into some of these builds might not be the position that he wants to find himself in. Gets an opportunity and makes the most of it. That's going to be Fire Bro eliminated in the process. Last thing you'd expect is Vaz being the goblin under your staircase.
This guy's playing a completely different game in esport, holding pixel angles in spaces that you can't even see, basically shooting through walls. If you know, you know. Vask, though, has to move around. No special abilities to really break through any of these walls. He just has to make sure that he can get anything that comes for him. Last tick inside the zone, misses a shot on the Pablo Wingu, forced towards a hill that he can barely even move out of. That breacher going through every build, but can't stop the next player in front of him. Vask will actually not even go down to that player. It's just the zone.
But now this is Kaizen, this is Clement. They continue to try and make the most out of this low ground, but the ticks from the storm, the ticks from the players' shots as well, just too much to handle. Pablo, Bevies looking to be in the best position, the best opportunity they've had. 4 games so far today. And this is what it's all about, though, for Vidil, for Mr. Savage. It's high ground and an opportunity to connect as well with their builds.
They have to ride up now and just make sure they don't expend too much, as that final fight will have a lot of materials favoring Pablo Wingu and Bevies. So many bodies dropped down below. At the same time, they will have to cover themselves momentarily. They're actually working up these builds. I'm not sure if Vidil and Savage can hear that, though. Nice to see them on height overall. Just hold this, but it's cost them so much in terms of mats. Syrup on Savage's body. And these guys down below are weak, so he's going to clinch it. 2 shots from both players. Synergy online. They share one brain, and they win that game. Savage Vidil on top.
Just a beautiful positional play there from Vidil and Savage. From the moment that they made their way onto high ground, they saw exactly which way that zone was pulling. They knew they would have a prime opportunity to connect those top-end builds towards the building, and it's just so difficult for Pablo and Bevies to actually work their way up. Didn't seem as though they had any sort of resources available to them as far as shields are concerned. And we still saw Savage, at least, with the legendary slurp juice in his inventory.
Yeah, I mean, they had so much insurance to work with too, but they just knew exactly what to do. You don't even need to calm in that position. I mean, it's just a feeling thing. It's just a build different thing. It's just the Savage and Vidil thing. Shout out to them for that win. I know so many people want to see this duo specifically make it all the way to Denmark for globals. Hopefully they can after that game, that type of control, and how good Surge has been today. Bar earlier in this game specifically, I think they're looking good, Taco.
It really seems as though they've started to find their optimal stride here today. And that Victory Royale certainly going to be a massive one for them as far as keeping them elevated in that leaderboard position. But we've talked enough here, I think, for game number 4, Shio. I want to hear what the analysts have to say about everything that broke down in game 4.
Thank you very much, guys. If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. And that is exactly what Vidil and Savage are doing right here, right now. Because listen, it hasn't been the season they planned for, but step by step, they are looking here at the Last Chance Major, Takata, to secure their spot in Copenhagen.
Oh yeah, it's what I'd love to see, you know. They were making it to the late game, but they just needed that big match, and they made it happen. You also asked us, you asked both me and Levin, you know, what we wanted to see in the next match, and it was a Pablo Bevi's strong match. Actually getting second place at the final moments there. Mr. Savage and Vidil took them out, so strong performance from both of these duos. I love to see it.
Yeah, of course, right? You know, we'll get to Pablo and Bevi's, but Mr. Savage and Vidil, look, I know we're not supposed to be biased on here, right? You know, we're supposed to be neutral. But I'll be real. I want to see these guys do well, and so I am very, very happy. I've been rooting for my boys. I think the big thing in that game, right, so when Mini came in, he was talking about how the early damage ain't there, how they're going to get their surge, right? It's a new spot for them. They've not had much time to practice. So to see them go on from having those earlier game struggles, and then go and win the game, that to me is a sign of a team that is much more locked in, much more switched on today. And that's what I want, not just today, but going into Globals, fingers crossed they make it.
Yep, they are absolutely dialed in. Let's see the standings right now. And like you just said there, Levin, by the way, shout out to Mid-Game Mini, just killing it as always. But look, as you can see, Vidil and Mr. Savage right back up there. 3 positions jumped up, but as you can see as well, Kaizen, Clement, first place, rocking and rolling, 243 points, Takata.
The most elims of the duos in the top 9 at 24. This duo snuck themselves into that first place spot in this last match here. You can see how well they were playing together. Even in situations where they don't have materials to work with, you can see that the chemistry is there as they continue rotating together and playing as a duo. It's what you love to see.
I think there's not many more things in competitive Fortnite that are more satisfying than watching a duo just in flow state backside a zone in an endgame, right? Where all you have to do is instinctively react to what's going on around you. 180, big shot. Turn around, another big shot. Look left, right again, big shot. Like when their team's doing that, you just know they're on a whole different level, and I think that's what we've seen from Kaizen and Clement today. Very impressive. I think, you know, at times we've seen things not go their way, but to see them now, you know, sort of sitting on top of the leaderboards there, I'm sure they'll be well chuffed with that.
Levin, can you just say big shot one more time?
Big shot. You know what I'm saying? Little 180 flick, bam, big shot. Nice.
I could listen to you say that all night. Let's take a look at Howley. We've been seeing this man's face on cam a lot over this process, and that is because himself and his duo, Takata, have been performing beautifully.
Oh yeah, we can see Howley and his duo partner, how they ended up here, actually staying in the top half of the leaderboard throughout these recent matches, from the big solo clutch by Howley that fueled him and his duo for the upcoming matches where they have been annihilating domination for this team, and nothing less in this last match.
Yeah, I became a fan of Howley, you know, back when he was playing with Veltenzi, and they showed us glimpses of the talent there. But, you know, playing now with Nafrizi, I think we're seeing a different side to him where, like you're saying, Takata, he's almost turned into a bit of a clutch meister, right? You know, you can always rely on him even when he's left as a solo, and that's super impressive by his regard.
Get clutch meister in the dictionary, please. Let's take a look. As you can see, 11th to 20th now. Look, we need to talk about Pablo, you know, Bevies. You wanted to talk about them, and here they are, 23 points up. Levin, these guys are going to look to keep climbing.
Yeah, finally, right? You know, finally we get to see these guys activating one of these games. I mean, you know, they came second place there, and I think everybody sort of expected them to come into today and roll through. You know, if you were watching at the start of the day, I literally said, I think they will just run away with the competition, which hasn't quite happened. But in this game, they showed us what exactly they can do. A bunch of limbs, even when they were in situations that weren't the easiest to deal with, I think they made things work. And if they can continue to play like this, they will quickly shoot up into the top 9.
Look, they were sleeping a little bit at the start of the day, but it's time to wake up, all right? Pablo Bevi's from the second place. I'm sure that in these next matches, they can keep that momentum forwards. But also, Janice Reason, 11th place, up 13 placements on the leaderboard from that previous match. They had a little bit of hustles in the early game, hassles that they had to overcome. But now, with a clean end game, they're pushed right back up on the borderline, almost in qualifying range for globals. So hopefully once they get a bit more of a maybe pop-off game, they can push themselves into that qualifying race.
Yeah, I mean, Levin, you talked about this duo as well as a duo you expected to see roll through, and Janice and Reason are sneaking on up there.
Yeah, man, the Big Z. I want to see the Big Z at Globals. Like, Janice and Reason, you look at EU competitive Fortnite history. I'm a bit of a history nerd, right? And I look through all of the best moments in our scene, and Janice and Reason are a part of them in some capacity, right? And so to see them at Globals, I think would be very, very fitting. Of course, it starts with what they can do in these next couple games, and I think we are starting to see them get a better grip on the game. In typical fashion, I'll say that now, and they'll just go down off spawn. But hopefully, you know, we can start to see them at least get into that bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, you can see there as well that the threshold, the sort of area that you want to be looking for is around the 146 points if you want to make it up into those top 9 spots, which, remember, those are reserved for the last EU teams to make it to global championships. There's still a lot of room for movement here, Takata, with just 2 games to go.
Yeah, 146 now, but that's going to change drastically as the games continue. So you can't fall asleep. If you're awake now, like Pablo and Bevies just woke up, you need to stay awake. You need to keep pushing forwards because these last matches are some of the most difficult.
This is where the pressure really hits, though, Levin. I know we keep talking about it. It's an obvious thing to mention, right? But if you're not in the mix right now, you're going into this, you're looking at your duo partner and you're going, we need to switch things up pretty quickly here, otherwise we're going to miss the boat.
Yeah, but Ian, what does pressure make? what does pressure make?
What does it make, Ian?
What does pressure make?
Hey, we're not going there again, all right? We've been there and done that.
Diamonds.
Are you sure?
Diamonds.
Nothing else.
You know?
Diamonds.
It's an easy one to forget. All right, listen, let's get right back into the action. It is game number 6. No, game number 5. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get back to our casters, Taka and Shia.
Thanks so much, Ian. I mean, after game number 5, we will have game number 6. And it seems as though the pressure has really started to build up. But these guys are talking about Diamond, Shia. I'm looking for some of the diamonds in the rough. I'm waiting for some of these duos that we've seen glimpses from really amp it up here in our final 2 games.
Definitely. I mean, I'm looking for the top 3 as well to just stay exactly where they are. Very good teams that could push forward all the way towards globals. Right now, still a chance as to how that top 9 looks to just clinch a spot towards that championship. It's so exciting in EU.
Yeah, but you have to imagine that for a lot of these teams, they know game number 5, it's here, it's ready, the bus is loaded up, and these teams are ready to drop in.
Let's jump straight into it then. 2 more chances for all these teams to solidify and make a mark in history inside the Global Championships this year. All about getting past this stage inside the last chance major. We've seen lots of off-spawn fights not really change as much on the majority of the map, and it looks like in this game they will continue.
And I'm just gonna say it too, man, because for all our teams that are already qualified towards that global championship, if you are watching this at home, you've just got to be feeling so much relief, because this is an insane situation that a lot of these teams have found themselves positioned in right here. And Giannis Reason, very similar to what we saw in the last game. Giannis gets a flapjack rifle in hand, looking to try and take down Slox if he can, or Citra, but shots just barely not going to be enough there for that knock to go through. Slox and Citra will just manage to land, but still, they know it's only a matter of time before Giannis and Reason actually look to collapse them.
And Giannis Reason have no problems whatsoever collapsing on anyone that ends up rolling in. Herb also low HP. This guy's had a quick fight over at Kenjutsu. Started things off. Scoop inside, just trying to live his own merry life, but not today. Curb trading a little bit of damage for both those Elands to come through for the boys. Past that, Evies, Papa Wingu, a little bit of trouble inside Spire Dice. Lazen and Astral are on them again, and this time it's not inside the mid-game. Papa Wingu tripped up. And after that, Bevy's left on his lonesome. He was going to be able to come back and possibly get that card, go for the reboot way later on in the game, but it does throw a wrench into their surge plans and a lot of their loot, as Lysen and Astral will have claims to all of it now.
that just looks like the last thing that Pablo and Bevies were expecting, but Bevies, he will wind up falling as well to the likes of Moneymaker and Giannis here. All the meanwhile, north side of the map, it's going to be a quick elimination finish onto Citra. So Giannis and Reason, seems as though that mentality to just take the initiative, to just choke out that other team that's been challenging them on that north side of the map for the loot. Can it bode well for them like it did in the last game? Only time will tell, but for right now, definitely a strong start so far for that team.
Looking good to keep climbing. Meanwhile, the peak looks like Kaizen and Clement looks like the POV you're watching right now over at Brutal Bastion. And it's looking good. I mean, they have a little bit of a sizable separation from first place. 14-ish points, looking good. And then when it comes to that second place team, Savage and Vidil want to catch up as fast as possible. Elims will be the difference maker. Staying alive will be the difference maker as well. I just want to see what this team now looks like after a good performance in stakes within the lobby that matter as to where you go next. Not like it's a round two. It's not like we're just working towards the finals. This is for a chance to get all the way to globals, and they're in that driver's seat to qualify. So we'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, Brad is playing here with Riz. Once again, we've seen this fight happen so much. As Perchavo on the back end of it this time, and he's going to be just absolutely ripped apart. After that, there's not much you can do, especially if your teammate's so far away on a split.
Perchavo, though, nearly getting the better end of Rad if he wasn't careful there. Granted, that rate of fire in the Flapjack rifle will carry Rad into the victory finish, but still have to be cautious, knowing that Perchavo's duo is going to be looking to collect that reboot carded match at some point. Still early on enough that if any of these duos have dropped to solos from some of these early engagements, they could look for that reboot opportunity, even if it's not necessarily a position they want to be in. Nebs and Hellfire, on the other hand, here at the Creaky Compound, gotta be feeling pretty good. I mean, decent loot to start, decent amount of mats as well, and seems as though their focus now lies on just trying to collect as much as they can from the jungle biome, and then maybe look to pressure another team, such as the pressure right now that Kaizen and Clement are putting here on the north side of Slappy Shores.
A lot of these teams have some trouble off spawn, and if not, just issues at navigating some of these end zones. Clement and Kaizen have done a really good job at solving the problems for both, hence why they're at first place overall. I'm liking their back and forth type of get a little bit of damage on, make a few boxes, back up, farm, and then do it again, rather than just stay in the boxes, farm around, and stay in the same position. This way, you can keep moving around Slappy Shores, get a lot more control over the builds that are prevalent across the entire POI, and they're never really in one spot to get third-partied or shot for free, so that's big. And in terms of qualifying to be at Game 5 in first place, it's just a really good feeling for the duo. Meanwhile, F9 and Moneymaker playing very similarly to these guys, looking for just good positions overall game after game, and just IGLing their way to really good spots inside some of the hardest circles we've seen. They're also in fourth place coming into this fifth game, and with his big cone base looking really good every single time, getting as much surge as possible.
Seems as though maybe the Swede strategies are coming in strong with that quick stat. Most players already qualified for the Global Championship, having 4. Cute little fun fact. Definitely a neat way to rep where you're from. But right now, Vortex and Belusi having spotted out the other team over at the north side of Slappy Shores. I think Vortex is just trying to prioritize, seeing if he can get any sort of damage. Will connect with a small shot, only 31. That's not to say that he couldn't look to keep it going. He's just trying to be cautious about how he chooses to peek here. Doesn't want to over peek by any means and then find himself eating damage from elsewhere.
Gotta be careful, can't make a mistake. Just the second zone for this one. Revscar, Tripper have almost everything they need to just keep it moving. Metal almost max, it's always fun to see. Brick next, and they'll be able to get wood as they move. 2 more games with these guys over at 16th place. I mean, the biggest thing that they need is just a nice game plan on how to handle some of these more tougher zones. And if you look at the problem with it, it's just, you know, it boils down to how they're getting surged, which fights they're really sticking for. I know you got slurps. You're staying inside circle to go for as many fights as possible, but that's kind of making you lose out on position. That's kind of been the story since finals for these guys. So it'll be cool to see the switch up. AGR, Pink Sun, and Tibby. Been fun to see them in a lot of different fights, but they've had the short end of the stick in a majority of them.
Some of these shots, though, that are happening onto a couple of these players and teams overall, I mean, refs even, that damage that he just ate, just talk about threading the needle, really. Just so much precision that could be found from teams with those MK assault rifles and the Mammoth pistols. Just doesn't ever really seem as though you're safe with your current positioning. And I think that's part of the reason why we see so many teams often opting to move through this jungle biome, take advantage of some of the mud there that's available just to get a little bit quicker on their feet here. As now Steno quickly snap back to reality. Can't be bouncing around those mushrooms for too long, for somebody else is gonna spot you out. Make sure to put quick work into your shields, if not HP bar altogether. Some builds having to be expended, but Steno and Lush do manage to make it to the cash in time.
Important to see who controls that. Both these teams need it. We know that Rescue and Tripping can fight for it. This is actually a fight they definitely want, because a lot of the surge tags and damage comes from situations like these. We want this to be a long one to damage back and forth, hopefully get up to 300 to 400 on shotgun shots and tags. They have a lot of shield to trade for it too. Getting a big finisher though and having the fight go fast would not be the worst outcome either. Any options for the duo. Steno Luce a little bit more so on defense, on just trying to make sure they have a spot here and are living. Their firepower not as fury or flamey. They don't have as big of a punch. So they got to be careful as to when they edit and what they do here.
Glad you mentioned though just how quick these teams need to be. As Trip and Refs will get the initial better end of that cash opening. Doesn't seem as though Steno and Lucia actually have much an opportunity to try and intercept things for the time being. And again, with another team so close in the distance here, Trip and Refs, they know they just want to keep it moving. And the same mentality, it appears, for Steno and Lucia. They lost out on that cash opportunity, so instead they're going to just prioritize trying to get a little bit of a separation factor going, because you don't want to find yourself pinched in that third-party situation.
Yeah, this is tough for Trippin and Ref Squad though in general. I mean, they didn't get much damage out of that fight, and past that, yeah, you got the slurps, but how do you make it towards the next part of your game? For Shriff and Cry here too, I mean, the biggest issue is just this game having so much pressure for them compared to everyone else. If you want top 9 and you're in this position like Trip is, like these players on screen are as well, you're in that 14th to, you know, 15th place overall. This game is the difference maker. It's as important as a game 6 on terms of catch-up. So even for Reason and Janice, have to make sure this goes well. We're watching a bunch of the teams that are just right on the bubble, and they're used to going for like top 10. They have to even strive further than that. I know 9th might not be the biggest jump up from 10, but in terms of points, it could be somewhere close to 50 or 40 in terms of how things are different from tournament to tournament in between those two teams. So I mean, Reason and Janice have everything in their belt to be able to do this. 4 slurps on Reason. This has to have something for himself as well. We've seen how tricky things can be though if teams get complacent and move a little bit late with these slurps. There's so many people who are starting to just ride the zone with slurps active. You got to be careful. Yep, we're not going to have the slurp advantage here at all, but they still have position as they're moving in from Brutal Bastion, able to keep things rolling.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up that point gap disparity there, Shio, because, I mean, you're talking about how big the difference might actually be, and currently in 9th place there for Combeck and PKR, they're sitting at 146, and then you look at the likes of Giannis and Reason, currently in 11th. I mean, they're at 128 points, right? So close, but still so much work to do.
It's a lot. Now Rift Island's in the way. This is where some duos ultimately just end. It's gone, and for some people who are kind of in that 15th place spot, this might just be it. Tries going for it. Wants to control this. The 15 points going to make such a big difference, but not going to be the case this time. Zangi's on it first. Can't really challenge it either. They're going to be able to control and stay up here for a bit, but this might just be the big trap. We've seen so many duos stay here. They don't have the slurps. They can't really move because they'll get beamed. And then as a result, their entire run of that game is over. And this game is basically the whole tournament for a bunch of the teams that are on this island. Yes, Zangi 27th needs a big come up in this one. People like Hellfire Nebs, I would be very careful being here, because if you make a mistake here and you mess up this game 5, that might just be the top 9 gone.
Yeah, well, looks like Hellfire heard you, because that is an immediate disengage from Rift Island. The moment that he hears that capture point go off, doesn't want to expend any further time in that position. Granted, Rift Island always going to draw some attention from the rest of the lobby here, as Hellfire utilizing some of the slurp plants available to get his shield back up, but not out of the danger area just yet. Still needs to be careful about how he actually chooses to maneuver underneath that Rift Island, knowing that there's teams on top there. So still some pressure that could definitely be applied from the top of Rift Island. But we're talking about Giannis, we're talking about Reason, how these two have essentially been Titans inside of the lobby, but still a decent amount of work cut out for them. But that's what we got Minimighty for, to let us know exactly what they need to do.
Thank you, Taco. Now, for Janice and Reason, it hasn't been their best day when it comes to off-spawn battles, but right now, sat in 11th place, they have managed to win it out off-spawn. Of course, getting those extra points with those early eliminations. For this team, they can actually qualify from this game. With our point prediction being 188 points for 9th place, they need around a top 2 without any more eliminations to guarantee themselves into that points threshold. So I saw Janice on socials earlier on. He was saying, we're going to go for Island every single game. Right now, it doesn't seem like they've gone for it, so it looks as though that's the reason why. They're trying to play things out a little bit more carefully, a little bit more calmly, because they are inside of that qual range. They don't need to go for those extra points from the island. They do have an extra game, of course, as well from the next one, so hopefully for them, they'll be able to keep up that going, because they're looking good right now. All they need is that top 2. A few eliminations might push that down as well, so for this team, they're looking good, they're looking strong. Hopefully for them, they'll qualify.
Now, the island's really good for a big comeback and making a difference there. But consistency is the biggest difference maker in some of these teams who are inside the top 12 and top 11. So, Dennis Reason adjusting their game plan, rightfully so, as to where they are. It's huge. And Frizzly and Howley, for them too, being consistent is going to be a really, really good thing right now. No one really beaming them out from that top island. They have slurp, so they have the win condition, or I guess the ticket to be able to stay here. I feel like everyone that ends up basing up here has like 4 to 6 slurps amongst the duo. And they just stay, look for those tags, wait for the best moments to keep moving around here right now. Nebs and Hellfire ultimately do end up on top of this island. 3rd versus 14th. And they're not going to be really pushing forward. No, Frizzly is pushing forward for this fight. They want Nebs right now. Frizzly, though, chopped back. Nebs with a big shot. And they know they got that too. Will they regress is the question. The reason these guys needed that fight, though, is just they're staying above a damage a little bit. That might just dwindle down. If it's a free chance to go for a few shots, you may as well take them.
Would expect that number to keep going down if the Frizzly and Halley aren't able to keep applying some of that pressure that we've seen them find in the past. Funny though how Nebs and Hellfire eventually found their way back up to the top of Rift Island. Seems as though they still had some matters to settle as far as Rift Island is concerned. But Vidil and Mr. Savage, a team that just worked their way up to that 2nd place position on the leaderboard, and they're trying to keep their finals appearances going strong here. You can see that they have the most of any duo competing as far as combined FNCS Grand Final appearances is concerned. And if they get their ticket to Copenhagen punched here for the Global Championship later on this year, Shiloh, they can definitely keep that going.
It'll be so much fun for the fans to see some of their favorite players into Globals. Having a good time, and it'll be really good for people who are just very avid at watching Savage and Vidil's journey. See them improve this much over the span of the Major and the Last Chance Major as well. On their game plan for this meta, it's been looking good this game. This one though, ball is going down, and Alskad is not following. That means this game, okay, Alskad did follow rightfully right afterwards. If those guys are falling into fights, this is going to be a very tricky one. Everyone's busting out all the stops to win these box fights over and over. Cafe Melody up together, suffering from Surge. Lucia done his best to stay ahead, but it's cost the duo the life of Demon. Unfortunate. You can hear these shields crack over and over again, so It's just about getting in, pouncing, and getting that damage once. And if these guys tick out, Lucia will get both elimination credits. That'll be huge. He needs that damage too. He was triple digits above. He was about 100 above. As these guys land shots down below, his surge threshold goes down too. So they're neck and neck to see who gets to live. Lucia needs to land shots sooner and it might be up against the team that's battling him directly spot for surge.
But this is still a tough position here for Lucia because sitting at 5th currently, you find yourself in a solo position. You're right on the cusp of falling underneath that surge damage threshold as well. But as a solo, even if it's another team that you can hear their shields being cracked from that surge damage, now Lucia gonna be a victim as well to that surge damage, having fallen to 140 below and growing. But for Lucia, I almost don't blame him for wanting to be so patient, so tactical in his approach for that duo directly in front of him. He knows he's got company close by, but again, if he winds up getting elim now, that 5th place position might turn into 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, possibly 10th even, depending on how some of these other teams fare.
Lots of free damage, but no time! Going for these shots, the greed of not popping the slurp. We thought he was free, but if you can shoot people in the storm, you can also be shot. A lesson that I think Lucia will never forget. Not saying that could be the difference maker in them being inside the top 8 or 9, but so many points and so much more chances of survival like you were talking about, Taco, from his position. That's just tough.
Probably one good fortune, though, for Lucia and Demon is the fact that the 4th place team, Moneymaker and F9, have also found themselves being elimed out of this current lobby. So that's 2 teams already in our top 5, no longer looking to build upon their leads. A prime comeback opportunity here for these remaining teams to try and work their way into that top 9 leaderboards. But leaderboard's the last thing on Refs and Trip's mind right now. It's all emphasis on just making sure that they stay in a prime positioning inside of the zone. They know that there is so much congestion building out to the side of them, building out directly in front of them. Refs, though, doing a great job just to play scouting duty, and they've got a decent amount of damage already, but Refs just still looking to compound upon that. Not looking to take his foot off the gas anytime soon. He knows just how quickly that above threshold can dwindle down to being below, just like the position that we're currently seeing Nafeezy and Howley in.
They're battling head and head against Savage and Badil. Hold this 3rd, 2nd place spot. It's gonna be tough for these guys, but when it comes to tough spots, they're so good at navigating it. Sometimes it doesn't take brains, it takes brawn, it takes jumping into the box, and that's exactly what Frizzy and Howley do. Love to see it from these guys, and they're controlling all of this low ground position on the left side for the moment. That's a bunch of space for so many teams to come into. Gotta be careful though. Some of these cones not theirs. I know the team that's been invaded though is not gonna come back. Zone does eclipse half the boxes as well, and they're right beside where the next one is too. So very good for a top 3 team to have more time to be low key.
That refresh, though, onto Nebs and Hellfire could not have come at a better moment there for Nafeezy and Howley. It was one that they certainly needed if they wanted to keep trying to control some of that low ground territory. Wouldn't be surprised if some of those remaining builds had actually been from Nebs and Hellfire. Just crazy how quickly you can isolate one member from a duo, like what we saw happen to Nebs and Hellfire there. Between the Breacher Shotgun and the Flapjack Rifle, it just applies so much pressure onto those builds, and Nafeezy definitely doing a great job to switch between the two and allow that opening to take place.
Got it. Punch your chance and take what you can when it works. What a trap play from Reason 2. What builds up is Zara's trying to be, you know, a little bit good in efficiency and getting towards height, and they think that it's free, but what a good time to do some damage to this. Now gives these guys a little bit more time to keep moving, use height as a little bit of a cover as well, so they don't have to build too much and know exactly where they are. They know that they're healing too. What a move from Genesis and Reason.
It's the kind of move that you would expect from a team, though, with so much experience and a pretty high IQ for the game, as well as now Revs Trip yet again find themselves in a slightly troublesome spot. Revs trying to do what he can to make sure these builds are their own. Some nice tarping now through those mid-low ground layers. A decent amount of builds to work with as well. It's really just going to be about connecting a good shot here for Reps and Trip. I'm certain that they are looking for a prime refresh opportunity. If they can create one, definitely would put them in an ideal spot to can just continue trying to control that mid-low ground area.
Just got to keep living to know that the fight can come to them. Unfortunately for Deal, this is one of the worst times to be able to just get shot down. This is where people might be looking for a little bit of a height take, might be looking to just get an angle on you. You can't see. Savage putting a few more cones down and expanding, looking for a few more shots. Deal's now finally online. Can't really be shot by a Mammoth again. He will be going down. Going straight to the head, but he finds a few shots to people running in from the backside. That's running. That gets his head blown off. Howley lost the Frizzy. Still working with it though. 8 builds, just to stay on the left side. You can't drop down, but it's so tricky being up here. Waiting for the best shots, and it's on to Reason. We know he's got some heals. We know that Howley can't even capitalize on that and really push the box. He is able to use all that space though to get to the front. Huge for Howley to keep it alive. Big shot for Kaizen to be able to keep thriving too from this spot. First place just gets longer. Clement though, low HP, still able to live. Lots of builds for Kaizen. Can he find his teammate is the question. Big shots on one side. Nope, he's playing as a solo, but he's making it look so easy. It makes it look like he has 4 different teammates, blocked off so many different players. That's someone else in your box. Your teammate's gone, and now Kaizen's down. That's just unfortunate. He was doing so well.
There is just so much movement happening right now. The confusion that's definitely starting to build up is all these solos, all these duos trying to do what they can to work their way through. A nice moment of timing there from Trip. He's gonna find Pen in the process, but unfortunately gets a return elimination onto himself. And now it's gonna be Savage. But Deal, we just saw these guys trying to control height, and all of a sudden it's Savage no longer with the height, instead being forced to drop all the way down. With the way that this zone just continues to pool though, might not be the worst position here for Savage, but he needs this elimination. He needs to find any sort of a refresh for his builds. Doesn't want to have to drop into the water, but will be forced to for the time being. If he wants to hunt this one down, will get the better end of it, but no, not enough sauce left for Savage as he gets Elim for closing out on his last one.
More though, as Vexy and the Buell have taken height and are raining shots, making it so hard for people on this layer to even have protection. This is just right against a mountain. Ultimate low ground still getting completely pelleted by what appears to be hail, but we know it's lead coming from the skies. Pixie and Shin on the same side too are able to actually get by all the pressure. Pixie inside a bush. He's chilling for now. Lucian down. Everyone's just being absolutely cycled out by this low ground and high ground pinch. Stano by himself. The difference maker here. He can land a big shot and change the course of fate for this low ground team. Breacher down though. No ceiling available for Debule and Vexy. Sky's the limit.
And for Debule and Vexy, they are just raining terror now onto these ultimate low ground layers here. Cheatin' and Pixie doing what they can to try and fight back, but the builds are running so low for both of these teams.
Mantle dog.
Cheating with the mantle, but he can't close out. No, he does get the knock, but it's a 1v1 situation now, unfortunately, for Pixie. He's got to try and close it out without his duo.
Gonna be a 1v1 here. Has the slaps, can't keep moving. It's the Buell who has the zone though, and he gets some HP2 from the Siphon. Now, finally, a few more mats down, 2 left for Pixie. One more shot and he can still cover. Drops it and it's good. Pixie looks like he might have lost it, but he holds on with control. That steering wheel looking to go straight towards the top 9. A huge win for the team.
At the very last minute, it looked as though the way that zone was pulling, working in Pixie's favor, just barely managing to get to that front side of it. But the mantle run up there as well was a pretty crazy play to witness out of Cheatin'. It looked like he just wanted to take matters into his own hands entirely, but a nice closeout finish there for Pixie. Knew that the 1v1, and can't help but think those slash splashes at the last minute definitely played a part there for helping him get ahead.
No, absolutely. I mean, being able to just know exactly what your duo has, being able to be that adaptable on the fly is huge. That is a messy game, though, for a majority of players who were playing in it. Looks like there were a lot of duos who had control. A lot of these guys, when they're moving inside zone, you think that your layer is free, you're changing one layer of elevation, you end up going down. What does that spell for the boards? I mean, we have to go to the desk to see.
And that might play into things as we take a look at the leaderboard. Guys, Levin, what are your thoughts before we get into that final game?
You know what? As much as that was messy, I think that was a classic EU Game 5 type of game. Because they always seem to be messy, always seems to be a hiccup almost as we head into that game number 6. Cheating and Pixie, they won't be complaining though. A nice win from them. You know, the breacher on height is just going to be so devastating for everyone beneath them, right? They were able to just sort of chop people out at the final moments. Here, right, you see them dropping down, claiming low, right? That's what was part of that helped them to win this game in the end. Just being able to make sure they claim space here before hopping back up as well. I'll be real, when I look at Pixie and Cheating, I think to myself, this is a team that has that talent, and I think both of them in different teams in the past have showed us that talent, but I've never seen things click, right? I've never seen the sort of ending I would have wanted to see from either of them, and so a win there in Game 5 is really nice.
Cool, calm, collected. Pixie in those last moments as well. In the 1v1 engagement from the first shot up above to jumping off as his builds got destroyed, kept tracking his opponent, landing that big shot to secure the VR. It looked great.
Let's see how great the leaderboard looks right now, because there'll be a lot of teams eyeing it up and saying, where are we sitting with one game to go? Of course, it's all said and done. We talk about last chance major, last chance game coming up. But here's the leaderboard. Not too much movement. I'm sure that a lot of teams will be relieved about that, Levin.
Yeah, but look how tight it is, man. 7th, 8th, 9th, 2 points in it, and then even Lucian Steno in 10th, 2 points away from that. It is gonna be manic going into that last game. Like it's, oh wow, I'd be so scared if I was any of those teams there.
Oh yeah, even looking at Steno and Lucy in 10th place, just one placement off global championships, but also Janice Reason up in 7th place, bumped 4 placements up to get to where they are here with 182 points, but they cannot be feeling safe because they're just 2 points off of the qualifying range.
Yes, it's impressive, Levin. I mean, this is a team that we've seen popping off. It looks like they're starting to get to a position where it's guaranteed, but they still have got to pull out one last, big time performance.
It's the Reason clutch. I'm saying it, right? If you've been around EU Fortnite for a long time, there always used to be, back in Trio specifically, right? Reason would always just have a crazy clutch game where you're like, oh my goodness, this guy's one of the best players in the world. And I feel like we've activated that now. Towards the back end of the competition, Reason is just in his element. You're seeing all these limbs just go in his way. It's the clutch time, and these guys are stepping up.
They got work to do, though. They still got a bit of work to do.
They have got work to do, and you're right. This is where you see you test the mettle of yourself and your duo here, Levin. We talk about clutch time. This is heavy drama at this stage, and if you're not, and we've got some teams that are just in touching distance of the top 9. It's all still to play for. You've got to find that extra edge going into game number 6.
You do. I think it's not easy for any of those guys, right? Because you go into that game and there's no room for error. Because you don't want to leave it in another team's hands, right? You want to be able to be the team that is, directing the pathway and setting your own history. Looking at the people just outside of that even, right? The 11th to 20th, 12th, Debut and Vexy moving way up after that really impressive game. They're another sneaker team that we're like, they have a big game. A couple of those teams are in, slip up a bit. They very much have a chance.
Look, it's really so close right now, not just in the top 9, but like you said, on the second half of that leaderboard, 10th all the way to 15th, 16th, they are not far at all to being in qualifying range. One more game like the game Debut and Vexy had here from any of those duos is going to be enough to qualify them for the Global Championships. So going into the last match, not only in the last qualifier, the last opportunity for Global Championships, but the last match in the last qualifier, that these players have to give it their all.
Oh man, let's take a look now at 10th place, Steno and Lucy. This is phenomenal as well, because you've got that 5-point jump and everybody above them looking right down at them, Levin.
Yeah, I think when you look at Steno and Lucia, they're definitely the kind of team where most people predicting their top 9s coming into today probably would have had them in there somewhere. right? Because they are a team with pedigree, they are a team with history in EU competitive Fortnite, and they're a team that has shown that, you know, at LAN's in-person events, they can be successful. And so, you know, definitely kind of team I'd want to see make it to globals, but again, need another game just like this one. They've been on the outside all day, it's really felt like, but again, that late push to try and surge their way in, they're not many points out, only a couple points in it. They need to have another one of these kind of games.
I know you're like a football fan, right, as well, Evan, and I want to talk about the comparisons between like relegation, but you've got teams right under there beneath you, so it's like both sides of the barrel. It's a strange juxtaposition to be in at the bottom of that top 9. Let's take a look at Ref's Guard as well, Evan.
Yeah, look, and on the point of relegation, it's a brilliant point you make, Ian. When you are in a relegation battle, the motto, the thing that is always said is you just have to get the points on the board. You can't worry about what anybody else is doing. It's not in your control. You can't do anything about it, right? If you are Lusher, you can't worry about what Janice is doing. It doesn't affect you. Get the points on the board. The same applies for Trip and Refs. They just have to get them points on the board. They are a team more than good enough of making it to global championships, right? You know, these guys have pedigree, they have experience, and I feel like this game that we saw from them just now, it's almost a repeat of a lot of the games we've seen. If I told you this was a clip of Trippin from game 2, you'd believe me. You would. It looks the exact same as some of the things we were seeing earlier, right? So I want to see them now get past that point, right, where we're seeing them scuffed in the back of the zone. They have to push past, get the points on the board.
This is crazy. Listen, one game could potentially separate you from a shot at winning the global championship. It all comes down to this. Game number 6 of the Last Chance Major. One last roll of the dice. Casters, Shayo Taka, lead us through it.
Appreciate you so much, Ian, and our wonderful analyst, of course. But Shayo, this is quite the predicament. I mean, if you are not in that top 3 currently on the leaderboards, there is only one game left to work with, and so many teams so close to overtaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point, and everyone who's kind of next to each other on the boards are next to each other in game as well, making the same type of fumbles here and there inside the zone. So this is where it's your time to clutch that ball, make it all the way across the line, and qualify for globals.
And look, it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect, but I know for a lot of these teams, that's what they're striving for. But we've got the battle bus ready to go. Game number 6. It's time for the last match.
One last chance to get towards globals. Everyone talks about if it was me in that spot, if I just had one more shot to take, if they just played that game again, they'd do something differently to get them to where they need to be. Well, this is the game where you get to prove that 100% for real.
It's also crazy when you think about it, because just like Levin mentioned, you can't think about what anybody else is doing. You have to focus exclusively on your own gameplay. And Giannis and Reason, certainly a team we've been keeping very close tabs on here today. They've finally managed to break their way into that top 9. But again, holding on to that positioning for teams in 4th through 9th is where things get a little bit more tricky.
Those definitely. You want to hold on, and you also have some teams that want to get all the way up and surpass that 9th place spot. Howley in trouble. Top 3 should hold for now from what I'm looking at. So they should be good, but they can hold on to play a little bit longer in this game if Howley's online like that. That's just crazy.
Not the first time today. Might not be the last either that we see Howley with a nice pop-off play here. Certainly feeling pretty good about that one based off the reaction of the player cam, and can't blame him because, again, when you're already in that top 3 position and you're just doing everything in your power to make sure you maintain it, it's always nice when you take fate into your own hands. And for F9, Moneymaker, they're dealing with the likes of Pumps. 1 knock already, but they still have to close it out. F9, Moneymaker, they know it's not going to be the easiest engagement in the world, but it is one that Moneymaker will successfully finish off those 2 elims with. So they will also continue to maintain their spot in the top 5.
They're looking good. They're looking fine. If I'm heading Vascom, I'm worried. I'm looking to see what's happening next. 198, they just need a little bit more to really break through and be in a safe spot to stay inside top 5. It feels like and looks like everyone else is looking good. I would say around 200, 205, maybe 210 points. Should be good compared to the rest of the board. You never know how crazy things get, though. Propsy with a few elims off spawn, one of them being Savage is fully confirmed. Got to tune in and see exactly what's happening on that side. These guys are pretty free at Naughty Nets. There's a bunch of other players, too, that are really looking at getting their spot up towards that top 9. Yep, go Paco. 11th place overall. But they're consistently struggling to stay in 10th and 11th. They have to make this an insane type of game that they haven't really played today at all to get towards that super top side, to get towards, you know, maybe a top 5, top 3 finish to get them inside that top 9.
We'll elaborate more on that in a second, because for right now, Refs, Trip, they're just trying to keep their hopes alive. The current early engagement here up against Astral. Analyzing, they've got to be careful. Refs and Trip don't want to find themselves getting elim this early on. Remember, they're currently in 15th place. They need a pretty big performance here if they want to escalate themselves into that top 9 of the leaderboards. And it starts right here with these two, making sure they don't get elimed by the likes of Astral. And Lyzen instead is going to continue running through the Temple Vault. And it would appear as though Refs and Trip were actually able to incentivize the opposing duo to actually leave the area. It doesn't seem as though they want to stick around for much longer. And that's the other note here, Shayo, is that some of these teams not getting as frisky early on is what we've seen.
Want to stick in for that placement. It's the biggest guarantee. Marine, though, 11th place. And this might just be it for him. It might be wraps. No globals for you if you can't get past this wall. Still being hunted down. 100 builds left after that. Yeah, it's over. On Nakiru for the best 1v2 he could possibly have in his entire life. Going for it back and forth. Can't really find much. Has the mass to make this work, but it's done in 11th. Their spot solidified. They can't do much now.
Heartbreaker instances. But that's the nature of the game, the nature of the last chance major. And while it is unfortunate for the teams that don't find themselves inside of that top 9, for the teams that do, Shayo, you have to remember, their work has really only just begun, because sure, you got your ticket punched to globals, but you're still in that lower bracket. You still got to work your way up.
So I want to make sure that the good games you play aren't just all finished today. They're not finished right now even. I mean, for Demon and Lucia, I mean, they can't really even focus on what globals is going to look like. They got to make sure they get there first. 180. Definitely not going to be enough to clinch you the whole way. Shots like that, though, consistently hit over the fact and duration of this game will get you to that spot. So good on Demon for sticking to it, making the best of every situation. And good on these guys, the Frizzy and Howley, for just having such a good day overall of Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are basically confirmed already being in that 3rd place spot, just so many points up above the rest of that leaderboard in that top 3 position. But they're still going to play this one out as if they weren't qualled just yet here, Shayo. It's consistency. It's that every game of practice that you can get in a set lobby that can make the difference for later on finals appearances like what they might see over at Global Championship.
Yeah, want to make sure you get this energy in, make it look all good. Vortex and Belusi in a similar spot to what we saw Demon. I think they're tied at 180 right now, so got to push up, get towards that 200 to 10 mark. Gonna be tricky in a game like this, though. Looking at the zone is not going to be as punishing in general for the entire EU lobby. Might just pull down towards Mega City, Steamy Springs even. If you're in Slappy, you might have to rotate though. So for Belusi, finding some more shots somewhere else might be better. The majority of people coming in from the left side of the map right now. Cheating Pixie all the way up north, lagging behind where they need to be right now by about 50 points. They'd have a phenomenal game here, Taco, if they want to get towards globals.
For sure, but again, Cheatin' and Pixie seeming to encounter the same issue that presented itself at the start of this lobby, and that's just the fact that so many of these teams being so close in those leaderboard positions, nobody really wants to peek their head out. Nobody really wants to try and force an engagement that they don't feel is necessary. So it's going to be all the more difficult to try and actually acquire some of that surge damage to stay above the threshold that we've seen plaguing so many teams and solos in the mid to late game.
Yeah, you got to be very, very careful. Everyone else guard R. Eisen not going to be in this game for now, but over at first place, Clement should be good to rock on. Very good day from them overall. Tripping over to his cash. Looks fine, looks good. Just got to wait for it now. Him and refs, it's all just about making the right plays over and over again all the way towards the very end and not wasting too many resources and too much time in every single fight.
They say hindsight's always 20/20 for a reason, but for teams like refs and Trip, you don't want to find yourself in that position where you have to wonder, could I have played that better, or I know I could have done that better. Trying to present their best at every given opportunity, and that cash certainly a step in the right direction. Being right on the edge of zone as well should make it relatively easy for them to try and prioritize positioning if they're able to find damage that they need to, but they are a duo that we've seen not really struggling as much. Vexy, on the other hand, all the struggle in the world right now is a solo, trying to keep the dream alive right now for himself and Dabule, but getting the shields back up is only the start of a pretty big uphill battle when you've got teams trying to apply pressure from two separate directions.
Still got to be able to thread the needle here and make the right call. Just a little bit to go for Lasky and Hen. The deal's still popping off on the other side of the map, and that's huge for these guys to be able to just maintain that lead. Heavy's also taking down Della. We'll try to keep rolling in from this side of the map. So many different happenings inside this game so far. You just love to see it. I know, with the biggest health bar in the world too. Here's Curb. 195 with Fire Bro. There's too many teams that are tied up in these spots. This is crazy, Taco.
Can't help but notice as well that for Curb and Fire Bro, while they're right next to each other for the time being, Breacher Shotgun now going to be utilized from that hollow chest. Curb certainly going to enjoy having that one for later on, but it's teams splitting a lot of their focus. They're accomplishing a little bit of height with their sky bases, but they're trying to look in separate directions just for any sort of semblance of damage that they can look to apply elsewhere on the lobby, possibly even controlling how people are moving. But Mini Miner, he's got the real aerial view. So what do you got for us?
Well, let's take a little look at three teams who are on the bubble and need a good game to qualify. In order to try and do that, Lucian Senna have actually switched drops. If you remember, they were actually going towards the Mega City area. Now they're going towards the sort of Naughty Nets area, a little bit quieter, a little bit less contested. So for this duo, they're playing things very, very safe. They want to make sure that they find themselves inside of that top 9 by the end of the day. Great stuff from this duo. And of course, off the back of a victory royale, we see Pixie and Cheatin. These guys, unfortunately for them, they haven't quite got the same success with the zone. The zone is playing very, very fast south, so let's see if they can sort of maybe alleviate some of those problems. And of course, looking good for them though so far. They have some good Storm Surge tags, and I hope for them they'll be able to have a good game. A team that does get the zone though, it's Nipsey and CZB. They have an elimination early on here, which does suggest, along with their loot, that they did of course get that vault nearby. So they of course have those mythics and those slurps. So for these guys, they also need a good game. Let's see if they can do it.
Hopefully they can. I mean, the biggest thing so far for all three of these teams is they just need monumental type performances from the mistakes that we were making before, plus just points on top of that. So it'll be interesting to see if they can overcome the obstacles. That being said too, majority of the lobby kind of in the same situation in terms of stakes. At least the people that are sticking in here, a lot of these fights are some of the teams that are on the lower side of things, maybe in the 20th, the 30th place slots. And yeah, as a result, not gonna be too well in terms of staying in the game and going for late. When it comes to everyone else, they're really just trying make sure they fix their mistakes, just like when he was pointing out.
Hard not to be excited, though, for a team like Nipsey and CZB. I mean, we've already seen Nipsey accomplish feats that no one has ever performed in the past. So if he can keep it going here today and actually find himself qualifying to the Global Championship later on this year, that would definitely be a monumental accomplishment. But again, still so much work that has to be put in from these teams to get there in the first place. And Trip and Revs seemingly looking for a little bit of a dead side rotate here, taking advantage of the river, the jet streams as well. Just trying to move as quickly as possible towards that edge of zone.
Want to get in fast, want to make sure they just avoid as many close fights as possible. That's where a lot of questions start to raise up in their minds and they end up taking too much time and lose track of the rest of the game. Meanwhile, Reese and Janice also just abiding their time dead side. I don't see white heals on Reese, and Janice might have a med mist or a slurp to split, so it's all good. Reason's still going for a few shots. Not too far away from zone either, so they can run in at any time. Top rift island claimed as well. Slowing down for now. A new team has just joined where they are on this island, though. Moving in kind of sneakily. I hope this is not trouble for Janice and Reason. I feel like there's so many people still in contention. Their spot is not guaranteed at globals just yet.
Bit genius, though. Utilizing the campfire. Hey, if you don't have any white heals, don't need them. If you're able to take advantage of that campfire, but seems as though positioning now the priority there for Giannis and Reason. They've gotten enough heals thanks to that campfire, so instead they're going to look to move further in now. And for Lucian Steno, again, another team not too far away from that current edge of zone. But with two teams already likely to be based up on either side of them as they make their approach. Certainly a cautious one that Lucy's looking for.
Yeah, this is a spot where we're seeing Trips and Oscar just beat a little bit too long of a spot. Spending a bit too many materials, and when you're at that spot, you want to make sure that you just finish up the fight so you get all the materials back onto Bala and Alice Cod, though. Maybe, possibly the most important elimination in fights of their entire tournament and year so far has just occurred on their screen. This will set them up for the rest of the game. They have so much loot to be working with as well. So many mats maxed out on both sides. This is it. If they had a pedestal, they found it. All they need to do now is just thrive.
That's just Trevor hitting overdrive in the heat of the moment, and it's one that is certainly a necessity at this point. Because again, 15th place when they started game number 6 here. So Refs and Trip, they know they have got to pull out a pretty significant performance here if they want to work their way into the top 9 of those leaderboards. And they are not the only ones looking for those points, looking for the placements. So every rotation, every zone closure is just going to be all the more of a pressure application to the entirety of this lobby.
Gotta be careful here. This is where things start to get tricky, where every decision you make makes you possibly run into a different duo as well. Vortex and Belusi want to go through Kenjutsu, but there's already one team here on that top side. Hear him farming up a little bit. Lucian Steno. Both these guys fighting for that qual spot. Nothing quite guaranteed just yet. Should be fine. They'll probably just end up staying here for a little bit. There is some metal down below, but I don't think it's pre-farmed. It's just a floor drop, so not like they're waiting for it by any means. Lucian and Steno will just be on their way. And then Vortex and Belusi, it'll be their turn after the fact. So not even looking to impede them by any means. They don't want to stop them in their tracks. Just want to make sure everyone is rocking as they do. Now they look for shots. Should be free, double time. And that's good. Even more tags for the Bills. They can actually move on that now, because Steno has to heal. They have to go here. It should be quick speeds towards the right side. They have advantage on this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as quick as they were hoping for by any means. Vortex and Belusi still a little bit hesitant, it looked like, to actually look to close the gap there. onto Lucian and Steno. A bit surprising, admittedly, that they would seemingly take their time on such a golden opportunity, but maybe they know something we don't, Shayo.
Possibly just being careful about things happening on the left or right side. Arco popping off in the feed, teaming down, unfortunately. He was one player that was in contention. Just tripping Ref Squad again. The combination of these mammoth pistols is just insane. They find a Buell and want to run that man's had. That last game looking so good for the duo. Now they're just stopped in their tracks. Every single time Ref Squad or Trippin will succeed for even one step, they crush some dreams. Getting to the spots that they are in this game. Every single duo that gets eliminated from here on out are potentially ones that could have made globals.
But for Lucia and Demon, that elimination could not have come at a worse point. Rev's Trip, gotta be careful, eating a decent amount of damage from a distance. Rev's gonna be forced to drop into the water, just building for his life for the time being. It's gonna be a solo caught out on the island here, but Trip, one more time, hitting that overdrive. CZB will be taken out by the likes of Trip, and Launchpad utilized to try and get a little bit closer here, but there is so much damage from a distance. Vexy just imposing the pain now onto Revs and Trip, trying to make their rotation in, but it's going to be such a difficult one to come back from. They're having to expend so many of their heals.
We saw many talk about how CZB and Nipsey might have a lot of mythic loot and even some heals to be able to move with, so hopefully some of that's remaining for Ref Squad and Tripper to use. Vexy, though, doing as much as he can to get some revenge for the Buell going down. He's going to be tracking that duo. He knows that he's done some damage, and then they're not going to be absolutely looking this way. They've already cleared exactly where Vexy is. Vexy will have a chance for one shot. He has to aim for Tripper's body, and he has to land a headshot. That's the easiest way for him if he wants to take this engagement, do the biggest amount of damage. The thing is, though, if he just allows them to go, he can also move, and that's huge, but he gets tagged by a mammoth pistol from someone else on the left side, and I think Ref Squad and Tripper might have heard that too. He's being chased, though. This is tough for Vexy.
Vexy, though, only 4 builds and barely any HP to work with. That's an immediate cleanup there for Corny. All too easy of an elimination. Not much to acquire, though, aside from those Elim points in the first place. But for Refs and Trip, only thing on their eyes for the time being is to just keep moving forward. Giannis and Reason as well. A pretty prime spot. Zone pulling relatively close to where they're already situated. So we could see them possibly looking to do a slightly later rotation. Whatever the more safe option is going to be for this duo. They don't have any eliminations yet, but they've been doing a great job as far as their positioning is concerned and making sure to stick close to one another.
Side by side. Make sure you're on the same page too. Worst possible thing here is just going for just a little bit more and getting punished for it. Paco Yapko are finally moving on this beach too. What a nice time for this rotate. Making sure they're blocking off the backside too. That was the riskiest jump for Paco. No wall on his backside, but it's all good now. They're moving in. Up top, Belusi sees them. Not gonna let him have it for free. Both players just dinked as they move in. Cheating Pixie beside them. 9th and 10th place, side by side, and more to follow behind.
But when you've caught the attention of the team on height, bound to alert some of those teams that are also on the low ground with you. So Paco immediately looking to reorient his positioning. An excellent job of tarping forward here for his duo Japko, and these two will just barely manage to climb their way into a slightly better position than where they were at. As far as Lucia is concerned, alongside Steno, little sneaky wake up here into a nice couple of shots. Those are the kinds of eliminations that you need in order to keep pushing yourself forward.
210 for Hen and Vasky. Hopefully these guys have enough to keep it rocking. Top slurps, they're moving. And they're looking good. Nice res from Hen. They still have to keep rolling though. Max zone pull, they've got the slurps to move, and they're gonna be on a little bit unstable footing. Hen though goes over. Actually gets a little bit of pressure, distracts shot so Vasky can actually live. Now they're both side by side, more slurps to pop. They have to keep going though. Zone is still moving. They cannot stop at all right now. Paco and Japko also moving as fast as they can. Bill's in the way and nothing inside their tray in terms of putting more walls down on the floor. It's just them. Absolute bare bones. Have to mine a rock to just have a little bit of cover. Paco His dreams about to crumble. He needs to find something. Has to mine through again. You don't have time to look back. You have to just keep mining forward. Scared of anyone beside him. Big shot though. Paco's gonna be stopped again at 184. Refsguard and Tripper still uphill pattern, and it's just Refsguard now on the right side, and it's absolutely flubbed. This is just tough. 5 HP. Slaps and missed, and no. 172 is where Refsguard stops.
And it's just not gonna be enough. Refs and Trip bound to already know their demise at this point, but the game's still going. The lobby is still popping for Giannis and Reason. They are just continuing to cycle through these high ground layers. Slap Splash gonna come forward now as Vortex, Belusi doing what they can to keep catapulting themselves forward. Take some shots at Hen off to the side. Edits though, gonna be good for Vortex and Belusi. They maintain a decent spot here in the mid ground, but they want shots to connect. Hen finding an elimination actually in the process onto Steno. That's gonna be a pretty big shot there too for Hen to close on, given that he's in a solo situation, but he will be taken out almost immediately. The ultimate price to pay, but the points that he acquired in the process might just be enough.
Might just be enough for the moment, but there's still so much more to go. Vortex, Belusi still rocking in. 216, want to extend that lead as much as possible, want to be able to be in that qualifying range. All around, no builds, but they're making it look so good on all sides still. Vortex just living, trying to get as much placement as possible. Reason down, Janice down. Lucy popped before he died, it's all good. And now it's Vortex hitting even more, finally gone down. That's just tough, now it's just the top 5 teams.
But Pablo, Bevies, they need this. They need a victory royale given their position heading into game number 6. If they can close this one out, we might just find them with an upset in the leaderboards. But still so much teams to work through. Pixie gonna be able to find a nice elimination there onto Yarko. Cheat and will go down as well to Cry. And now Pixie left as a solo on the low ground, trying to see if he can move his way through some of these pre-existing builds. Eats a huge shot off to the side. Will be forced to run around, but Pablo, Bevies, they've got height.
They're looking for it. This will be the win they need. Aiming for anything right now and jumping across to more builds. What a nice move from Pablo. They're gonna have to actually settle the difference themselves all the way here on the low ground. 2v1, no way they lose this one, right? We've seen it happen before today though for some teams. Big shots bleeding through builds as Bevy alongside Pablo Wingu are looking good for now. The crunch finally comes in and Cry cannot survive a game 6 win for Bevies and Pablo Wingu.
It's not even just the victory royale, but a relatively high amount of elims as well for Pablo and Bevies. It's going to be a close one though, Shayo, because the math could potentially be mathing in their favor, but at the same time, things are just so close there for our top 9.
Absolutely, every single team taking shots on each other, taking out each other's duels as well, going down so close side by side. Point totals, I mean, who knows what they are now. There were too many surviving teams that did too well in that game. Big for Pablo Wingu and Bevies to get their act together all the way in game 6 and make it such a good one. For them to be a bit higher on the boards, that is just good for the team. What a good victory royale. I mean, overall today, Taco, this has been an amazing last chance major to watch.
Yeah, EU certainly did not disappoint as far as the last chance major is concerned. Every single one of these teams putting it all on the line here today to try and find themselves in that top 9 of the leaderboards. And granted, top 3 heading into game 6, probably feeling pretty cozy, pretty confident. But for everybody else, basically a free-for-all.
Absolutely. That's been it though from Taco and me for the last chance major. Cool to see exactly who will be rocking over at Globals. As to who that is, Ian, Levin, and Takata have all the info.
Taco, Shayo, thank you so much for providing the lyrics to what has been an epic last chance major. I don't think I've ever been more excited / anxious to see a leaderboard in my life. But before we get there, Pablo and Bevies, Takata, they needed a strong performance on the last game of the day, and they delivered.
They got the victory royale, 208 points total for this duo. We can see how they closed it off here from the eliminations to the high ground retake to finishing it off in the end. But it just leaves us with that one question, Levin. Is it going to be enough?
Look, what I saw from this team in this game is what I'd wanted to see from them all day long. Just pure dominance, right? Aggression. And I think when they're in their element, they are a very, very fun team to watch. But again, is it going to be enough? That's the question we're all asking. I think looking at this game in isolation, it certainly is, you know, their style, right? That's how, if they're going to win games, it's going to be like that over and over again, rinse and repeat. So, yeah, I'm sure they will wish they could have done more of that. But again, fingers crossed they're going to that leaderboard.
We set the table at the start of the night. It is time now to reveal which of our 9 EU teams are going to Global Championships. For the final time this evening, let's take a look at the standings. We're all here on eggshells right now, and here's who's made it to the big dance, topping off the leaderboard. Vidil and Mr. Savage, and we've seen some serious movement here, Levin. Teams jumping up, some dropping down. What's your immediate thoughts seeing this list of 9?
Wow. Lucia and Steno making it in. They started the game in 10th place. They just needed to move up one, and it wasn't easy to do by any means, but they make it happen. Of course, Mr. Savage and Vidil on top. You know, that's what I wanted to see as a big fan of them, but, you know, that's neither here or there. All the players beneath that have managed to sneak their way in. Wow.
What a way to finish it off. Vidil and Mr. Savage leading the pack, though, in first place. This is what we were waiting for. Levin, Major 1, Major 2, Major 3, all the way to last chance. We have been waiting for this moment. They finally have got their early game situation overcome, overthrown, and that put them in the position to show what they are truly capable of, and it showed here today in the last chance qualifier with 321 points. First place, Vidil and Mr. Savage.
Look, it wouldn't be a global championships without Mr. Savage, baby. Come on, man. You know what it is. After coming one placement away in Major 2, he said, look, last chance Major, I'm not playing no games. First place, that's all I'm about. No messing around. And the big question now, right, with Mr. Savage making it through, right, we've got the biggest EU name making it through. Clicks. What are you doing, bro? Come on,
where's that name?
Clicks. You know what I'm saying? The battle of the blondes right now. You know what I'm saying? Clicks, you see Mr. Savage do it, you got to make sure you step up as well, my brother. But look, staying on EU for just a moment, so many props to Mr. Savage, man. This is an EU Fortnite legend. You have to put respect on his name. Every big event there is, Mr. Savage is going to be there. And he's going to do something. I don't know what it is, but he's going to do something.
You already know that there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of fans with huge smiles on their faces just to see this image right in front of us right now.
Guaranteed. I know the chat is screaming, let's go Savage, let's go Vidil. They are hyped. I'm hyped. The Fortnite community is hyped. They really showed what they were capable of.
And it's not just them. You know, like we saw teams that really had to deliver, and they did. So, and the ones that made it, of course, they had to show that high level of consistency. And if they weren't necessarily consistent at the beginning of the night, Levin, they switched it up and went up a few gears as we started to close things out.
Look, what some teams have done today is not easy at all, right? I look at Hen and Vasquez and I go, a team that is newly formed, right? They've not played with each other before this. They had 1 day of practice, Ian. 1 day of practice. Vasquez, not the most experienced player in the world, calling mid-game, early game, and Hen leading in the end game. A new formula, but a formula that has worked, and we'll see them playing at Copenhagen. So happy for those.
I'm excited.
Levin, I mean, sorry, Takata, to jump in. I just wanted to say, like, you alluded to it there. The fact that this is a fresh duo, Takata, and you never know which way that's going to go, right? It's like a fork in the road. It could go one way or the other. And luckily for these two, they created a bit of magic here tonight.
Right, it's like that honeymoon phase, right? When they just started playing together. It's been a success now as they've qualified, but you know, the good news is now they have a lot more time to prepare for the Global Championships. They are in October, so they've got a bit of time now to build that chemistry as a duo. So hopefully we see that work being put in and we see the success being shown at the Globals.
Yeah, and another name that we've mentioned a lot, Levin, Howley and his duo. These guys were on fire all day long, and they thoroughly deserved second place.
I hope Howley's gained a lot of fans today.
Yeah.
He is ice cold. Ice cold. That guy do not miss. You give him a chance to miss, he's not taking it.
No.
He only wants to hit shots. That's all he does.
Literally. I mean, they looked unstoppable. From the solo clutch, which kind of lit that spark inside of Howley, to the chemistry built in the further matches, this duo were on a rampage basically the whole tournament and finishing in the top end of the leaderboard. They are some big names going to globals.
Yeah, that's part of the fun, isn't it, Levin? Is, you know, for people watching at home, of course, you've got the big hitters. And like you said, you've got to hope that these players now have built a bit of a following who now have eyeballs on them going into GC and building a bit of a fan base. That's part of the process, right?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. It's all about that. A lot of these guys, they will be on top of the world right now. It will be the happiest Sunday they've had in a long, long time. I'll tell you that much. Look, I don't want to be a party pooper, though. I don't want to be a party pooper, but it is my job. It is my job to remind everybody. Although these guys have qualified, it's going to be harder for them than it will be for everybody else. They're going to start in that lower bracket at globals, right? So as much as these guys have done great to make it, again, they can't get too high on the feeling of we've made it, nah, everything's great. You've got to be on point. You've got to put in the work going into globals.
Classic Levin, the old party pooper. Let's talk about third place. Kaizen and Clement, I mean, towards the back end in particular to Carter, they really started to find their form.
Yeah, I mean, this duo was on top of the world for a good part of this tournament in the first place spot. They were playing incredibly consistent. We didn't see a huge match come out from this duo, but consistency is what that got them to that top part of the leaderboard. And also chemistry, playing it out with the mindset of, I mean, you talked about it, Levin, going through the late game, 180, big shot. I mean, you know that they were able to do it.
Yeah, these guys are fun to watch, man. These guys are very, very fun to watch. I felt like when their backs were against the wall, they still managed to come up with the goods. And that's a sign of a very good team. It's a sign of an experienced team, which is what they are. Clement's been around for ages, so many grand finals appearances, not new to high-stakes situations at all.
It's cool because to make it, regardless of being in the lower bracket, all you want is that slot. All you want is that position. And let's be honest, if you're willing to go right down to the wire to make it, well, obviously not willing, you don't necessarily get into the last chance major by choice, but if you're willing to take that route and you get there, a lower bracket, Levin, I'm going to be unfazed by that.
Look, all they need is a chance at the end of the day. All they need is a chance. And look where we are today. It is literally the last chance. And they've shown that when given a chance, they will take it, right? So I would not be surprised if some of these teams here are the teams making big waves when it comes time for global championships, you know, on Championship Sunday there, because there is serious talent here. There are some big brains here. And overall, I think the showings we've seen here, like some of these lobbies looks more difficult than some of the grand finals that we've seen at times, right? So, you know, these games weren't easy by any means.
Yeah, Carter, I just want to say commiserations as well, of course, to some of the teams that came agonizingly close. For some of them, you know, it's back to the drawing board, but ultimately there was 50 duos involved in this and only 9 spots available. So you're going to beat yourself up a little bit, but at the same time, you don't have to spend all night looking in the mirror saying what could have been. You can get right back on the saddle when the next piece of tournament comes your way.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly difficult. Even our Game 6 winners, Pablo and Bevies, from being contested in Major 3 Grands to now being on just the borderline of qualifying in top 9. It can be a bit heartbreaking, but also motivating at the same time. I know that duos like Pablo and Bevies have potential, have what it takes to make it, and hopefully they can use this motivation to keep pushing forwards.
Do you agree, Levin? If you didn't make the cut, you know, it's not, you don't need to beat yourself up too much here, do you?
I hope they don't. But the reality is a lot of these guys are some of the most competitive people in the world. They will be their biggest critics, and I know a lot of them will be feeling down in this moment, right? You know, you work hard all year, you don't quite make it. But again, it's like Takata says, you have to bounce back. You have to just let this be a part of your journey, a part of your story, right? Who knows what's around the corner? Who knows what's next year? You want to have a chance to go back again. And, you know, as long as you keep a clear mind, a good mentality, there's always another opportunity.
All right, so on the flip side of the heartbreak, of course, we have the triumph. And I'm going to ask you both this individually. Takata, who really shocked you today? Who blew your mind out of all of the duos that made it through?
Look, I don't want to say shocked exactly as the word for it, but it was something I was waiting to happen, right? And it was the first place from Mr. Savage Vadil. From seeing them struggle throughout Major 1, Major 2, Major 3, to finally being able to be on-chained, unleashed, and show their potential. I love to see them competing to the level they deserve.
Levin, talk to me. Talk to me.
I think when I'm looking at surprises, I feel like Howley going as crazy as he did at times today was a surprise to me, right? I think you obviously have, people who make their predictions coming in, and I don't think a lot of people had them at high anyway. But then to have, not just to qualify, but to have the kind of performance, to qualify in the way that they qualified, I think is very special and was a big surprise to me.
All right, we've said his name a lot here today. We've said his name in the pre-show. We said it throughout all 6 games. We did it in analysis here. And Mr. Savage joins us right now on the show. The EU Fortnite legend is in the building. You can see the silverware behind him, and I know that he's thinking, I want some more when it comes to GC. Mr. Savage, you must be feeling incredibly relieved.
Yeah, I mean, today I was pretty calm throughout the whole day, but it's definitely nice getting first place as well to secure the qual to Copenhagen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a statement win, right? Is there any part of you that's a little bit concerned about going into GC in that lower bracket, or do you think after getting through the last chance major, we've got this?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of time to improve before Copenhagen, so me and Mario are just gonna grind, and then it should be a pretty easy qual when we get to Denmark.
This Savage guy, you can't fool me. He acts too cool for school. That kind of vibe, like he's ice cold. Nothing can worry him. I know your game, bro. I know your game. Look, I gotta ask you, Savage. Throughout the year, people have been doubting you, right? They've been haters. Not me, of course. I'd never doubt. Of course, I'd never doubt. But there've been people questioning, saying Savage ain't on the grind. He ain't working hard enough. Do you have anything to say for those people who didn't think you can make it to globals?
I mean, come on, look at me now, man. First place. We've been doing good recently, so yeah, just relax and then enjoy the show,
I love it. Look, Savage, we know your history as a competitor, the most grand finals appearances out of any player on EU, but I want to know what's next now. You've taken that spot in the lower bracket of globals. What are you going to do to push forwards, make finals, and lift up that trophy?
I mean, yeah, as I said, me and Video are just going to keep grinding, and hopefully we're going to find a new job spot, because Naughty did not work out for us, as we saw the last grants. But yeah, there's not much else than that.
Yeah, you make a great point there, right? Naughty didn't work. Obviously, you switched to Racetrack, and Racetrack has helped you to qualify. But obviously, what's the mentality going into globals, right? Because picking a spot ain't going to be easy. Are you down to contest somebody? Like, is that something you're against, or you're going to try go for somewhere uncon, even if it isn't the best loot?
Well, I mean, I've been contested 10 grands now, so I'm a bit tired of being contested. So hopefully, the best possible situation would be to get uncon. But yeah, we'll see with the new season what new POIs appear, and we're gonna go from there.
I love it, Savage. Now look, when you're competing at this level and you're taking home these tournaments, I always see your community shouting you out. They're hyping up, Mr. Savage, Video, let's go. I just want to know if you have any words for them now that you've qualified.
Yeah, shout out my community, man. They've been so supportive. Even today, every time I check the Fortnite stream, they're all spamming like, let's go, Mr. Savage, let's go, Video. So yeah, I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Right, now you can take that, that breathe, that sigh of relief, knowing that you've made it to GC. How are you going to celebrate tonight? What's the rest of Mr. Savage night look like?
Ooh, I don't even have any plans for tonight, So, I'll just do whatever I feel like doing and just enjoy myself.
All right, good stuff. Savage back on top. If anybody watching this doesn't follow you already, where can they find you?
Mr. Savage on all socials, Twitter, TikTok, everything, you name it.
Congrats, man, and best of luck in Denmark, all right? See you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Cheers. What I love about that guy, I know you said he's cold as ice, Levin, but he's very humble, very modest as well, and that was an incredible performance from him, but you wouldn't know it by speaking to him. He's super chill, right?
Yeah, no, it's all for show. It's all for show. The ego in him off camera, mate, it stinks. It stinks, absolutely. Now, look, Savage, one of the nicest guys out there. Look, he said shout out to the fans. That's a shout out to me. That was a direct shout out to me, because I'm one of the fans. I've been cheering him on all day. So happy to see him go into globals, and I hope him with a deal can continue to cook.
All right, let's remind ourselves of all of the qualified players, especially, shining the spotlight on EU in particular when it comes to GC. So, of course, we saw teams and duos qualify via Major 1, and you can see these duos on screen right now, and, of course, Major 2. So that you're seeing some big hitters there, Hyde on Bush, the likes of Mestash, Malibuka and Thomas HD. And then we got into Major 3, which we're all lucky enough to be together for, which was a beautiful thing. We saw some big names make the cut there as well. And now, of course, we can take a look after Last Chance Major has been completed. It has concluded. Here are the teams that have made it to the dance. And Takata, just run through some of them one more time for us.
It's exciting. Like we mentioned, Vidil, Mr. Savage. We have Janice Reason. We have Vortex, Belusi, Hen, Vask. I mean, there are just so many big hitter names that it's surprising that we saw them qualify through the Last Chance and not before. But, I'm just happy that they've made it.
It's amazing. And the thing is, where they are going to be, of course, we keep hyping it up, we keep talking about it, and it is the Global Championships. And we saw which teams have booked their places, their tickets to the event. And here's how you can be there as well. You do not want to miss it.
This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
Live in living color, a Fortnite LAN for the ages. The prize couldn't be bigger. And Levin, when it comes to competitive play in Fortnite, this is the biggest prize on the market.
Yeah, it's not going to get better, right? I feel like when you look at all the events we've had over the past 2 years even, right? I feel like Globals is just going to be a culmination of all of those different storylines wrapping up into one. Some of the best players from all the different regions, Ian, going to be playing there. So, yeah, super exciting stuff.
Takata, who have you got your eyes on? Who's taking the big prize? I like to put you on the spot, brother.
Wow, it's early. It's early. Look,
that's early.
All I know is that I'm just as excited as Levin, right? Major 1, Major 2, Major 3, Last Chance. It's all led up to Globals. The best from around the globe, Asia, Middle East, Oceania, North America, Europe. It's the best of the best competing on a stage in person. It's hard to pick a name. It's hard to pick a shot.
I think you're ducking my question, T.
This
I
guy
don't know.
dodged.
I don't know.
He just said a lot of words. He said a lot of words that weren't the answer.
It's difficult. It's difficult. It could be a back-to-back. Could be a new name. Could see a Mr. Savage. Anything can still happen.
Takata, I know we've got like a fan behind us right now. It looks like you're well and truly sitting on the fence, but I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to let you have that. Levin, this has been awesome. And I know that the build up to it and everything else, it must be crazy for you as an analyst, caster. You've been through it all, you've been part of the journey for a lot of these players. To see it all come to a culmination, of course, we've got NA coming up after this. It must be pretty special for you to see these places fill up.
Yeah, man, I've seen, first person just how hard a lot of these teams have worked to actually get there. And I think that's something that really fills me with a lot of joy and satisfies me, is seeing the guys who I know have been putting in work, grinding all throughout the year to make it. And to get the chance to showcase what they can do on such a global stage, I think will be huge for them. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's been such a big year. And of course, it's not done yet. We still got to see the NA teams. I got my eyes peeled for the NA teams that still need to quote.
Takata, you feeling emotional that it's all said and done for you?
Look, emotional I am, but still just energy building up inside me to wait and see what happens at Globals. We were talking about NA. I still want to see Clicks qualify. We talked about it. Mr. Savage qualified. Yes. Where's Clicks at? Where's Epic Whale at? We have to see what happens once NA. And I mean, NA's coming shortly, so we don't have to wait too long.
I just want to be clear, that question sounded like I was saying we're never going to see you again. Of course, Takata, we're going to see you on more Fortnite in the future. But I just want to say, on a personal level, thank you so much. This has been my first time on FNCS the last couple of weeks. I've loved it. Working with you guys has been an absolute joy as well. Production, thank you so much. And of course, for you watching, this has been epic. And I hope that you stick around, of course, for GC. If you haven't already got your tickets, make sure you're there for it. If not, watch it online like the rest of us. Levin, Takata, to Shayo, to Taco, and to our mid-game, mini-game master himself, Mini Miner. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you on the battle bus. Bye for now.
Just stop.